Warning: all stories could be completely made up, and we have no way to confirm that. Any and all names mentioned in the show are most likely fake. We at Campfire Moto Stories are not journalists and should not be considered as much. If you're offended by anything said or shown in this episode, we don't care, but we encourage you to voice your opinion so we can laugh at the fact that you can't control your emotions. This program contains full language, and I recommend no one to watch or listen to this.
The views and opinions expressed in the program are those of the speaker and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of the sponsor, any advertisers, or the sponsor's affiliates, employees, or partners.
Coming to you live from the Claremont Lounge in Atlanta, Georgia, it's Campfire Moto Stories.
Hey everyone, welcome to Campfire Moto Stories. I'm Anthony Bennett. I'm thrilled to have you join us today for our live show. This YouTube show / podcast is all about sharing amazing motorcycle stories, everyday riders like you. Whether it's an epic ride, funny mishap, or an unforgettable adventure, we want to hear it all. Today, we have some fantastic guests in the studio who we'll introduce in just a moment, where we'll dive into their riding stories. Plus, we have exciting segments lined up, including pre-recorded interviews, tech tips, spotlight a stolen bike, and stories sent in by you through the website and or phone line. I'll have the phone lines on, so make sure to call in anytime, especially if it has something funny to do with our guests. Lastly, you'll get to hear an awesome story from my 5-year-old son about riding. May or may not be completely made up. But hey, 5-year-old can tell a great story, so can you. Don't forget, you can earn entries into our giveaway by participating in the show. Check out campfiremotostories.com for all the official rules, and by participating in any way, shape, or form, you indicate that you've read the official rules and agree to our terms and conditions. Let's get it started.
Another lap around the wall, another request, another wall. All I hear, I can't fly. I feel the strain, fall behind. All I ever get is every strength.
Hey, welcome to Campfire Moto Stories. I'm your host, Anthony Bennett, and I have got a great Valentine's times
I say times. T-I-M.
episode lined up for you guys. Since the inception of this show, I've bugged my wife that I wanted to do this episode, and she didn't want to, but she's here. So before we get started, I do want to thank the people that make this possible. So MX201 Tracks Designs, not builders. I said that wrong one time, and I apparently wasn't getting funding from the last show. Innovative Mechanical LLC and Hard Knocks Racing. And now our guests for this evening. We've got Matt and Teri Lynn and my wife, Megan.
Hey guys.
How's it going?
So Matt and Teri are an awesome motorcycle couple that motorcycles brought them together, and I thought, who better than to have them on for this show? And I didn't even know you guys were in Georgia until Billy and April bailed on me, and I told my wife I didn't know who I was going to get on, and she's like, well, you know, Teri and Matt are in Georgia, right? And I was like, no. So she sent a text, and here we are. So
And
thank
look at
you guys
that.
for coming in.
Matt didn't have to take me out for Valentine's Day night on the town.
Thank you. I got to avoid that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Here we are.
All worked out.
So it sounded like you guys watched a few or listened to a few episodes, so you knew what you're getting into. So you probably know that I like to start with an icebreaker. And I usually like to do that with an embarrassing story or something with somebody, with my guests. However, I'm not going to do that this time. Instead, I'm going to embarrass myself.
Oh.
Do you remember the first time we met?
Man, I was actually, Teri asked this question, and I was trying to think about it, and I went back into my phone and saw Marmo in there, but I can't help me put the pieces together.
All right. So that makes me feel a little bit better that you don't recall this, because I told you about this the other night and was like, I wonder if he even remembers this. This is 2007, a month after I moved to Georgia. We're at Ryan DeLuca's party. I don't remember what party for. House party,
Oh, gosh.
birthday party,
Oh, man.
Anytime
something.
you a DeLuca party, there's
No,
always stories.
That might be why I don't remember it.
It was my first experience with moonshine.
Oh, okay.
I didn't
Surprised
drink.
you remember it.
Yeah. Well, that's how bad I felt about this. I didn't even drink till I was 21. And I was 22 at the time. So I wasn't a seasoned drinker. And I move up here, and somebody hands me this bottle with 3 X's on it. And they're like, yeah, there's peaches in there. It's been blah, 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 and distilled. Blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. And he's
Basically healthy.
yeah. So, and he's like, yeah, you put it like this, and you hold the thing, and you tilt your arm back to drink it. So I'm sauced. And it was the first time I met you. And I don't know how, but I knew I was a good dirt bike rider. I knew you were a good road racer. I somehow got to talking shit to you and was like, you know what? You think you're so good?
Oh.
How about we'll do like a time? We'll figure out the so I've never been on a track day, so you'll go, we'll race each other, then we'll figure out the difference, then I'll go on the dirt bike track and we'll figure out the difference, and we're gonna see who's the better motorcycle rider out of the two of us. And I was like,
This had to have
who
been.
the fuck was I to say that to? Like, you were a badass on a road race bike. If we were to do a 5-lap race,
A
you'd lap-
professional road racer.
Yeah. I think, what team were you on in 07?
Fast by Faraci.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, where did I set that? I'll bring that up in a little bit. But yeah, I just remember that's why it stuck with me so well. Because I was like, you're a fucking douche to be talking shit to this guy you just met. He's a pro road racer. You're barely a pro dirt bike rider, and a local pro at best.
Man, so actually, Terry and I were having this conversation, and she was like, "Hey, didn't you and Anthony start off with some sort of beef or something?"
I feel like wait, that is every relationship that he has starts off.
And I was
Rocky.
like, "Yeah." This was me though. I was like, "Yeah, it might have been some petty shit that I started." That's where my head went. I was like, it was probably something stupid.
Yeah, I honestly, ever since then, I was like, almost somewhat, if we run into each other, I was a little embarrassed by that. I felt like I had distanced myself a little bit because I was like, this dude probably wants to punch me in the face still, just being a punk, you know?
No.
But you were probably sauced up on the
I was
moonshine too
probably
and probably don't really remember it.
That had to have been like, DeLuca used to have some good bonfires.
Yes, there was a bonfire.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We were around the bonfire
Yep.
bullshitting when this whole thing came up.
Yeah.
Good times.
Racers.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
For sure. One of the first times I came out to Georgia to visit Matt, we went to one of those parties, and at probably 11:30 at night, they were out there doing weird things. And I'm like, what are you guys doing?
That was probably one of Brandon's parties.
Yeah. Nonetheless.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
either
man.
way, I wanted to clear the air and say that I'm sorry. That was 90%. I'm certain that was my fault. That maybe 10%, like you said, you might have started it over something.
I don't.
I don't.
You know,
I'm
Blame the
sorry,
moonshine.
sir.
Well, thank you for that. I don't remember it, but it, so I'm glad we're clearing the air.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yes, Megan's been told by many people at times that what's,
Complicated?
oh, I thought it was going to be cocky or,
Well,
Confident.
that too. But yeah.
thank you. Racer, right? You got to be confident in your shit, okay?
There's a fine line between cocky and
And I
confident.
walk on the confident side mostly.
Okay. We'll go with that today. 'cause
I'm
it's
not a
Valentine's
good enough
Day.
racer to be on the cocky side.
I agree. We agree on something.
Finally, we agreed on something. 14 years together?
Yeah.
15?
Something like that.
How long you guys been together? Let's get into that story. There was how you met and meeting at the racetrack and connections that led to that meeting. Let's talk about that. Let's dive into our Valentine's.
Yeah.
She hates when I
You
say
want to go
times.
first?
Sure. I mean, we've been together about the same amount of years as you guys. I think we're
Yeah,
rolling on.
We started. Well, this year will be 15 years married.
Yeah.
Started dating in 2008.
Yeah.
2 years before us.
Yeah.
We were 2010. So yeah.
Yep, just a couple years. But
There were some funny incidences leading up to actually meeting for the first time. But the first time that I
Were you guys like on MySpace together, friends at that time?
no.
There is a funny MySpace story, but we'll get to that later.
All right. Where's my pen so I don't forget that one?
Yeah, for sure. I remember walking through the paddock somewhere, I want to say VIR, and I saw this guy in leathers and a helmet with bright blue eyes, and I was like, oh, he's pretty cute, but he's way too young for me.
Yeah. Was that what year was that?
Oh, 2007, I think.
2007 or
Yeah.
2006? Whenever I was racing with KWS,
Yeah, maybe so.
and then let's see. The first time we met, officially, Melissa Paris Hayes introduced us in May of 2008. Tooele, Utah.
Mm-hmm.
It was a bad weekend. Was not going well. It was a joint World Superbike weekend. For me, it wasn't going too well, but there, you came by, had a
Yeah.
red Mohawk.
You had a red Mohawk. Yep. I rolled up on my little electric skateboard, had it in my hand. I scooted up thinking I was super cool. Melissa was there and she introduced me around. And of course, the guy that I thought was super cute, but way too young for me, had a red Mohawk. And I was working for a helmet company at the time. So I wanted to break the ice with a helmet question. I was like, hey, does that affect your helmet size? He's like, no. I'm like, okay. And I just scooted away, super embarrassed.
Scooted off.
Zero game.
I mean, evidently it worked, but
No, it didn't.
It didn't. It took a minute. Took a minute. There's some twists and turns in there, and then let's see. Well,
What happened next?
Sounds closer to our story than we
Yeah.
thought.
well, at least they remember a story.
Well, we had to put our heads together to get the timelines on a couple of things. But at the time, again, working for a helmet company, so I was traveling a lot to all the AMA races. And simultaneously, I was also recovering from a road racing crash. So I had a surgery in June of that year. So then the next time we had the opportunity to run into one another, I was hobbling along in the paddock of
this was
Laguna
in
Seca.
July now.
Yeah.
We fast forward to July.
Yeah.
There was 2 rounds that year at Laguna Seca. They had one in September and one in July. And she was hobbling along in her boot. And I wheeled up on my scooter and said, hey.
It's 70 miles to the gallon on this hog.
I said, hey, do you need a ride? And she's like, yeah, that would be great. And so I gave her the ride. She had this fedora hat on. She was looking super cute. And I was like, gave her a ride to the bathroom or wherever it was she was going. And then she was like, okay, you're good. And so I left, and I just remember thinking to myself, she was dating somebody else at the time. And I was like, or I thought she was. And I was like, God, what is, I don't see that matchup or whatever. And so then later that weekend, Josh and Melissa, I was staying out in California with them, doing some training and stuff. And I was riding that year. I was racing for Corona Extra Honda, and started. Yeah, what happened? They wanted to go. Yeah, how did that go down? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to put those pieces together. I got to rub those brain cells. So we finished the weekend and we started going home, and I was riding in the truck with them, and I had at the time BT. I would say before Teri. That's the way we reference it.
Yeah.
BT or BM before Matt. And
Or bowel movement.
Yeah. I just gotten out of, I was like, I swore off women. I was like, I'm done. I'm just going to be single. I'm going to be a single guy. Just going to focus. I'm not going to do.
Just going to go after the track snacks, right?
Yeah.
That's what he was thinking. Yeah.
I was just like, no, I'm done. And then we were cruising back down to Oceanside, and Teri lived in Oceanside at the time. And Melissa and Teri were talking, and her birthday was coming up. And they're like, hey, we're going to go out to dinner for Teri's birthday or something like that. It was a couple days before her birthday. And I just remember thinking, I'm like, is Teri's going to be there? I was like, oh, okay, awesome. This is going to be good. And so then we ended up meeting at this Mexican restaurant with, it was Josh and Melissa Hayes and Teri and I.
Which was technically like our first date, I suppose.
Yeah, that was kind of like our first date.
Did you pay for her?
I can't remember how it all worked out.
I can't remember either, but
Josh might have paid for all of it.
it's possible.
That's fair. I mean, he can't afford it, probably.
Josh was pretty nice. He might have been like, oh, just take care of it.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
What I do remember, though, is...
Were they purposely trying to set you guys up, or not really?
No.
Okay.
Because,
no, not at all.
We lived 7 miles from each other, and Melissa and I have been friends for quite some time, and our travel schedule never worked out that we got to spend time together. And so we were either texting or we had talked, and she said, hey, we're going to go to dinner. Do you want to join us? And I'm like, yeah, we're finally in town at the same time. And she's like, hey, I hope you don't mind. Matt's going to be there. And I'm like, oh, that guy.
Great.
The red Mohawk dude.
Yeah. So we go to Fidel's, I think was the place that we went to. And they were grumpy about something. I don't know if they were grumpy about the race weekend or whatever, but when I get in uncomfortable situations, I turn into a comedian and I'm doing the shuck and drive and trying to make everyone happy, just like keep the peace. And I don't know, I made Matt laugh a few times. So
Yeah, and then we ended up going to the movies.
yeah, shared some Skittles, watched Batman.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
yeah.
all right, well, no. I was gonna say that wouldn't be Dark Knight.
Yeah,
year
it was one of the first. It was the first one that Christian Bale did.
So okay, so just Begins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say because Dark Knight was like 08.
and we shared a bag of Skittles, and
Yeah.
that was
Basically it.
that was it.
The next day, he said he was going to head back to Georgia, and I wasn't sure that I was going to get to see him again, because like with travel stuff. So sorry guys, I called in sick to work that day so I could spend the morning with him. We went to
It
the
was
beach.
your birthday was the next day, right?
Yeah, it was my birthday.
So wait,
was
were
it?
you seeing somebody else?
No.
Oh, okay.
He
just
thought-
assumed.
I thought I assumed.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And he was like, "That dude's wrong for her," which is a clear sign he's smitten.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Well, then he knew for sure the next morning.
Yeah,
I
so
didn't
we,
know this, but you told somebody.
yeah,
else.
so the next day, and I kind of get it fuzzy. We went to the beach, and all was good in the morning.
Mhm.
And then did I go moto in the afternoon?
Yep.
Okay, so we went to the beach in the morning, and had a great time. And I'd never been to the ocean with like somebody that actually wanted to get into the ocean. Most of them just want to like sip cocktails on the sand.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Hey, we're going out." The waves were breaking, and she jumped headfirst into a wave. And I'm like, I'm marrying her. It was like our second or third. It was like our second date or something. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
From diving in the ocean.
Yeah.
dude, I don't know. It just
Was it the bikini or
no. It was
It
just
was the wave.
it was just it was
The adventure
cool. It was,
spirit.
yeah, exactly.
Well, you guys
And then-
definitely have that. Like, I think that's one cool thing. We've talked about it before. You guys like love the outdoors and have so many
Yeah.
things in common.
And then I went and motoed and popped my ACL.
Yeah, that's always
And
fun.
I took her out on a date that night. So I'm hobbling around, no crutches,
Yep.
gimping around, trying to pull her chair out. And we ended up, where did we go? This Portuguese place or something.
Yeah. Called
Calypso.
Calypso.
It's
Which,
not there anymore, but
Yeah, he actually asked me. He was like, "It's my last night in town. Do you want to go grab dinner?" And it happened to be my birthday, and I said, "It's fine, but I'm getting a tattoo." So he came to he hobbled into the tattoo parlor, and I'm laying there. I'm like, "What happened to you?" So, anyways, quite honestly, the rest is history. I mean, I think from that day forward, we both knew and made it happen.
That's a great story.
Well, it sounded partially like our beginnings a little bit, but then yeah, we definitely didn't know after a second. Well, actually, maybe after a second official date, but it was years into knowing each other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't
So-
realize that you're not from Georgia, so I for
No.
sure want to hear this.
And
She's
I'm
from
not
Ohio.
either.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
We both moved here like within 6 months of
She
each
knew my
other or
dad
so.
before me.
And
She
your
was-
mom.
Same.
And your mom. Both your parents.
Same.
So when she went to go work at Motions when she got out of the Coast Guard and came here.
oh man.
And my dad was with Helmet House at the time, so he came in
Oh,
was the
okay.
rep. And then shortly after, you went to WOW.
Yeah.
So, and my mom was working there as the title clerk.
Mm-hmm.
So when people ask like, "Oh, how'd you guys meet?" We're like, "We don't know."
Yeah.
Because it was either because she was renting a room for my buddy Scotty Kellum, did a few shows back. It was a good show, and he rented a room to her. So we either met then, or I would go into WOW all the time because I had a bunch of friends that worked there, and it was just like, "Oh hey," but she was dating a guy at the time, so. To me, any chick that's dating somebody is like I don't even think about it like a possibility. They're off
Right.
limits. I know
Right.
that's weird, right? Not a home wrecker. Now I am, but it's our home. together, so. But yeah, so we don't remember meeting or whatever. But then we
Yeah.
had a bunch of close friends. I basically stayed at Scott's house 3 nights a week, like just because we were always in our early 20s partying. Almost every single night was a party at Scott's house, it seemed like.
It's a blur.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a bit of a blur. And then I don't know, like years go by, and one of the guys that David Gaddy, actually his son Nick, actually renovated this
Oh wow.
place we're in. We let him stay here and fix it up for free. Basically, like, hey, live here for free, fix this place up. It was a month after we bought the house. He just stopped by to visit and was like, I'm thinking about moving back to Georgia. Anyways, so Yeah, like she bought a house that like backed up to them. So we were talking one time. I'm like, no way. I didn't realize you were right there. And I was at their place a lot. So then I'd go hang out at her house a lot. And then I would just crash at her house a lot. And
then
you had
he just never
friends-
left.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was living in my parents' basement at the time, going to college, you know? Like, yeah, I wanted to hang around a bunch of friends and stuff. I didn't want to drive all the way from Dallas to Canton
Right.
every
Yeah.
single night when I'm shit-faced. So I was being responsible and not getting a DUI.
Okay. Well,
That's my
I mean,
story.
I got a few things out of the deal, so didn't have to pay for lawn care,
Bike maintenance.
handyman.
Yep. fixed those.
nice.
I installed all the hardwood floors at that house.
That's right. Yeah.
So by the way,
I guess you earned your keep.
we were really, really close friends for almost 2 years. And then Memorial Day party,
I think
Cinco de Mayo.
so.
It was
Is that what's in
Memorial.
May?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Cinco de Mayo sounds some
When's
tequila. maybe or
Memorial?
something.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in May.
Memorial's-
End of
yeah.
May.
It
Yeah.
was, yeah, it was Memorial.
Yeah.
And she had a bunch of people over, had hunch punch.
We did.
Oh.
We filled a cooler
Oh gosh.
of
Yes.
punch.
I was eating the fruit out of it.
Oh, that's bad.
Talking to Nick's brother, who he was like, and I remember being like, oh man, he's like gonna think I'm an idiot, like trying to hold my shit together while having a conversation with him. He's like, you didn't seem that drunk. I was like, I was blacked out at that point. That we were
The
talking
fruit
pretty
always
much.
does it.
Yeah.
So we woke up naked next to each other that night. The next morning.
And we had to take my best friend to the airport.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
That was an awkward drive for the three of us.
Oh, I should have found the picture
You put
of
your
it.
clothes on though, right?
Yeah.
for the
yeah.
drive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
So yeah, we wake up and it was like one of those like, oh no, what happened? And then I was just like,
Was it a no or no? Yes.
Well, I was like, did I just get naked and fall asleep in the bed? Like I didn't know what.
Yeah.
Did I do
We
that?
weren't quite sure what happened.
And then, yeah, from 12:30 on, it was time travel is what I like to call
Yep.
it. You know,
Yep.
you just to the future. So, bring your friend Angie to the airport, hungover as can be, and then we stop at Zaxby's on Thornton Road on the way back.
I don't even know how we drove. Like, we probably
Probably still
should not
drunk.
have been driving at that point.
So we stop at the Zaxby's, and now Angie's out of the car. All right, now's the time to have a conversation about what happened.
Are
And
we
the
cool?
conversation went exactly like this. So about last night, because I'm still not sure what happened. She just says, yeah, that was your fault.
Oh.
45-minute drive back.
Just
The
trying
radio
to hold it together.
Yeah.
Like,
It was probably
okay.
more like
Yeah.
in a stick shift Subaru.
It was rough.
Oh, yeah.
It was rough.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then the next week, I think I went to give you a back rub, and you're like, I don't want to ruin the friendship. And I was like, I think we're past that. And then it just, yeah. It just took off from there. So true love story right there.
Yeah,
that's
You did ruin
Congratulations. You
Yeah.
made it out of the friend zone.
I said you
Yeah.
probably. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
There's something kind of similar in the middle of this story. So May we
MySpace
met.
thing?
No, that's like May we met. July we were an item. We were dating. In the middle of that, there was a race around at Road America.
Mhm.
And there was this is how she met my dad before she met me,
Yeah.
in a way. We were at Siebkens.
Okay,
Everybody,
I was gonna ask, like, there's something here.
Yeah.
Terry's Seepkins Experience 08.
Yeah.
I'm like, how the fuck do you pronounce this name?
Siebkens,
Yeah.
yeah.
not even
Siebkens
sure
is
it's
like a
spelled right.
pretty popular spot there, Road America. Everybody goes, and it's like all the racers are there. And I was enjoying myself that night. My dad was keeping tabs on me because he had came up to that round, and then I don't know. I wasn't a part of that conversation,
you
so
don't
I don't
know.
know. I was doing whatever I was doing, which probably wasn't good.
All I remember is like you storming around kind of in the bar area, which was elevated from where the eating area was.
And you were
And you
like,
had the
oh, there's the
spiky
Mohawk
hair.
dude.
Yeah. But his hair had grown in by then, so it was no longer.
It was no longer red and no longer, it was no longer red or a mohawk.
Yeah. So I was there by myself. I was legit just going for food. And so scanning to look for somewhere to sit down.
Yeah, knowing like everybody's there kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
that's the spot. Yeah, man.
Exactly. So His dad was at a big table, and hey, do you mind if I sit down? I just want to get some food. And he's like,
Did
yeah,
you
no
know
problem.
his dad already?
No.
Okay.
No, I had no idea. We had small talk, and your dad had a really cool turquoise bracelet. I was asking about that and just conversation, and I said, so what are you doing here? And he's like, I'm looking after that one. And I looked, I'm like, oh, that one. And so we just, had a great talk that evening, and that was kind of it. I think I left. I had dinner and went home. I kept myself out of trouble that day.
Yeah.
That day.
Day. So.
Oh, Laura
Laura
Elby's watching.
Oh.
Lala, hi.
Oh yeah, I should say anybody that is listening can participate in the chats and maybe let me know in there if you want to make a call. We can try to get some live callers in here too. So got that going on.
Laura Ellaby.
Back.
Say hi to Ryan for me.
Is that Ryan's wife? We were just talking about him the other day.
Yeah.
Ryan lives not too far from where we live, and I've somebody that I've kept up with. We ride bikes together and stuff, and he funny enough. So I think should we jump forward to the riding bicycles and dragging you up the Cherahalla Skyway?
No, we got to tell one more story first.
Okay.
So was there anything more to the Brit thing, or is that kind of it?
Well,
there is after.
Yeah.
Okay,
later.
not like in that night.
No.
Well, I was just gonna add to that too. Like, I want to get your dad on because, dude, I've been to his house 2, maybe 3 times, and every single time I go there, he's just welding something up for me and just story after story after story.
It's kind of like a museum in there too.
That was something I was gonna do. I want to go to his place and do it there, and just have him pick up the old road race fairings and tell, because they all tell a story.
Absolutely.
He's got a lot of stuff up there.
So I think I've told you about it before. It's old chicken coops, right?
Yeah.
And
so
he turned them into like the front part's a shop of one, and one's a you can.
He's got
explain it better.
three shops essentially now. Whenever we first lived there, there was 1, 2, 3, 4 chicken coops, and he tore 2 down, and so now it's one's going north and south, and one's going east and west, and then there's what they call an egg room in the middle. That's a smaller room that's insulated. That's his main shop now, but the first shop that he had, he poured like 60 feet of concrete in, and that's where he used to do all of his work. And then he added another shop. We used to have this chicken house slap full of old motorcycles. I think there was like 200 old motorcycles in this thing.
Yeah.
And so whenever I was a kid, my first motorcycle with a clutch was a Yamaha Enduro 100, and it had a brown corduroy seat cover. So he went to like the Yamaha of Canton, and they used to auction off all the old bikes that weren't complete or fixed, or somebody couldn't pay their bill or whatever.
Oh yeah, you get
they had
a lean maintenance.
Yeah, so he had they had a semi trailer out there, and they like once a month or whatever, or a quarter, they would sell all that stuff. And so he came home one time. I just remember being a kid, just as giddy as can be. He had his old F-250 long bed just packed to the brim with motorcycles. Just they were everywhere. It looked like it was crazy. And so that's where my brother got his first bike. I have a twin brother. He got a DT.
I didn't know he was a twin.
Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah, I have a twin.
I didn't know that.
He got a Yamaha DT50, and then I ended up with this Enduro 100 with the seat cover. And that's how we kind of got into it. It was like a labor of love. It was a little bit of sweat equity. We had to get the bikes running first, and then if we broke something, it was usually go out to the chicken house, see if there's a clutch lever or a brake lever or whatever part, handlebars, that you can rob off another bike and put on there. And that's kind of how that rolled down. And he lives on 14 acres, and so we made these little grass tracks and stuff, and that's kind of how we spent a lot of our time riding, was in these grass tracks. We would just do laps and laps and laps, and it was always a good sight whenever you come home and he would have 5 gallons of gas there. It was like, all right,
That's so cool.
we're riding, and so that's kind of how what we started doing was that. But yeah, he's got 3 shops up there now. One of them is like his moto shop, and the sickness is still running strong through our family. He's got plenty of motorcycles. So
yeah, at one point I believe you said you had a motocross track there, but then it was a horse place for your sister.
Well, we had a flat track.
Oh, that's
whenever I was racing, we had a little flat track in there that we had cut in there, and man, it was so fun. Those were some good years.
Yeah, the barn's so cool, and the dude can freaking weld anything. I popped my radiator at Barber on a Friday, brought it to him on a Saturday, raced on Sunday. And the funniest thing too, he's like, "All right, I'm gonna do all this for you. You gotta make me one promise." And I was like, okay, what? I thought he was gonna be like, you better win, which I'm gonna be like, I don't know if this is the fucking first road race, you know? And he's like, you will still race tomorrow. And I was like, this guy doesn't know who the fuck he's talking to. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I was like, yeah, I can. Yeah, I got you. Yeah,
Deal.
I promise you, I will do that. So yeah,
Some
like,
people would just pack it in though.
they,
you know?
I know,
true.
but like that's
Yeah, that's the racer grit where
Yeah.
you're just like whatever. There was many a night we were fixing body work or spray. I mean, I had rattle can spray paint jobs whenever I was a novice road racing. You know, I crashed at Barber somewhere one time, and he was out there lining it up. He gave me some nice scallops, these red scallops. I mean, it looked cool. But
what
it
was
was
it?
yeah.
Huey told me 20 feet or 20 miles an hour. As long as it looks good from either one of those,
Yeah, you can't
you're
tell.
going on a race bike.
Yeah, you can't,
yeah.
You can't see
For
it.
sure.
That's perfect.
So, all right. So, what's the other story you were going to tell before getting into the next one? You said we got to tell one before we get to.
Well, just you brought up Laura Elby watching. So I spent a lot of time, obviously, in the paddock. As I mentioned before, I was working for a helmet company. It was Scorpion Helmets at the time. And part of my role there, I traveled and trained sales reps and did sales as well. But we had a pretty small staff on the weekends during the races. We were working with Matt Lynn. So it was my job to make sure that he always had a helmet. And so it was, and you might remember this, it was the weekend where I don't know what turn you were in, but
Mid-Ohio.
Mid-Ohio,
08.
I see on the TV screen
I was in the keyhole.
in the keyhole, yeah, and his bike is sliding and it's on fire.
Oh my
And I
gosh.
see part of his body, and then simultaneously I hear the guys over at Suzuki saying Mladen's down, that a cooler had spilled from the bridge, and he tucked the front, and I'm like, Matt,
Which
you know,
Matt? Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's kind of funny, but we often spent a lot of time with the Ellerbys, and so I think that was even before Ryan and Laura were married, and she's like, where are you going? I'm like, my job. I gotta go get Mladen's helmet ready. So that was kind of a funny weekend.
So, were you guys together when that happened?
We
Okay,
were
that
then.
makes a little
We
more
were
sense
very
than-
professional though.
We were.
Were you hiding it?
Oh yeah,
For sure.
100%.
How long we did too.
Yeah.
We kept it from people for like 3-4 months or something like that.
Yeah.
I remember my mom.
Because I worked with your mom.
My mom, when I finally told her, I was a man whore. I'm just gonna be honest. Like when I was single, it was if it was down, I was down kind of thing. So she knows this.
Don't say it.
Yeah, it.
Oh God.
You want me to say?
Just say she. That's a little better.
But listen, we think we were hiding it, but
Yeah, I mean,
I was with the old crew of Scorpion people last weekend at AMA Expo, and they were giving me shit about it, and they were like, "You thought you were hiding it, but
Yeah.
I guess it's okay because you ended up marrying the guy." And I'm
Yeah.
like, "Okay, fair
True.
enough."
Well, yeah. So my mom's like, "Look, I know how you are, and I have to work with her. So can you maybe like keep that in mind?" I think she wanted it to like not happen. Honestly, my dad was
I
all
think
for it.
she
He
had
likes her
right to be
way better than me. Yeah, that's fair. Totally fair. But all right, so that story to
what?
Wait.
What story?
you asked one about.
I have a question though.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you came to Georgia, were you Scorpion still?
Oh man, here we go. This is a good one.
This is a good one.
Is that how we met?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah. So super interesting, actually. During the transition of Scorpion to then going, Scorpion originally was independent sales reps, product direct. Then over a period of time, I went to WPS, and so I had been doing like media support, rider support, and then Matt was living in California over the
Oh
winter.
yeah, I moved.
so-
I packed up a U-Haul, and I was going out there to. Josh and Melissa were at the time were out there, and I was like, "Yeah, we're gonna go train." And her and I were dating, obviously.
yeah, long distance.
And I was like, "Hey, I'm coming out." And I packed up a U-Haul, put my dirt bike in there, my tools, had my Tacoma, and started driving.
yeah,
And then I
October.
just pulled up. I pulled in, and she's like,
Oh, you're staying here.
"Oh, you're staying here."
Right here, right here.
And I'm like, she's like, "I cleaned out a space, my closet for you." It was 12 inches long. And yeah, so I moved in with Teri.
Yeah, I was living in Oceanside at the time.
Yeah.
For sure.
And then kind of fast forward, stuff kind of went sideways. The global
Yeah,
financial crisis was happening.
Yeah.
All that stuff, all the road race teams started imploding. I was at the end of a contract, didn't really have anything on the hopper, and I was like, all right, I got to move back to Georgia because the race stuff's there, the trailer's there, there's a shop there, I can work out of that. And so I loaded up her whole garage, and at the time I don't know how the conversation totally went down, but somehow I wooed her back to Georgia with me.
Yeah.
We didn't have a place to live. We didn't have a place to live.
Yeah.
I think I called my buddy who I'd been living with, my buddy Brandon Stepp, and he always said I was the best roommate ever because I was always gone.
Oh yeah, makes sense. Yeah,
So
fair.
yeah, so we ended up staying with him for a little while until we could find a rental house, and then.
Yep.
But the funny part is the story. She was driving cross country with her mom in the car.
Yeah. So I kind of worked my way to Phoenix, and then my mom flew from North Dakota to Phoenix, and then we drove another
You're
day and
from
a half.
all over the place then. Okay, I
Yeah.
didn't realize that.
Well, you had talked yourself into that new role with Scorpion.
Yeah.
So to go back to the Scorpion thing, everything was kind of going sideways with Scorpion, and you were like,
Yeah, and I wouldn't say sideways. It still ended up successful. The situation of the company was changing. So basically, the rider support and media budget that I had was cut by like 93%. And they're kind of like, you probably don't have much of a role anymore, but we have a sales opportunity. So I am naturally in sales. I pitched them hey, I'm going to be on the road a lot. Atlanta's a hub for Delta. I can travel. I can even take less of a base salary. So I negotiated it so I could be remote.
Oh yeah, because the cost of living
Yeah.
here is way better than.
Yeah, so it was welcomed, and it was a really solid plan. So driving across the country with my mom, I get to about Arkansas, and I'm like, I'm moving across the country for a dude. My mom's like, yeah, that's probably something you should have thought about yesterday. Like, here we go. And then we get here, and it was during a massive snowstorm.
yeah, your mom was there. We were staying at Brandon's house.
Yeah, so all of us in this house, I'm not sure my mom knew what to think about the whole situation. So she met Matt for the first time and the people that we were going to live with. And
Was that the first time I met your mom?
I think so.
No, we were still in California, and we drove up to North Dakota. Remember? And
Oh, that's right.
Kathy, I love you. She introduced me as, this is Terry's friend, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wasn't sure about you yet.
No, she wasn't.
True. I think
right.
she wasn't sure about me for a long time.
Is she yet?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're
Megan's mom just like 2 years ago said that she likes me now.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, so the whole time you didn't like me?
Years.
No, I think Kathy loves me.
She does love you.
So, but yeah, she got to Arkansas and was like, what the hell am I getting myself into?
Yeah.
So then I ended up buying like 3 Kawasaki's because Kawasaki was paying fat contingency money in 09. So this would have been the transition to 09 race season. And I was like, going to build 3 bikes, go chase club money. Because that's what.
And really,
so did everybody else had the idea.
And there was
idea too.
good money with tires, right?
Yep, there was
Yeah.
good money with tires.
There's
Yeah,
and
so it was
little
like-
side deals and
Yeah, it
stuff.
was like you
Awry.
Yeah, right. It was like you could sport bike track gear. Shout out Brian Van, thank you
Yep.
for that
sure.
year. But yeah, that was the plan. And then I had an F350 that was my dad's truck and a trailer, and I had like 25 or 26 race weekends or something gnarly. It was a lot of race weekends and for road racing. And Terry would fly in to an airport. I would pick her up, and she'd come crew chief for the weekend or whatever. There was a couple races I had to do by myself. That was interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, we made that work.
We did. It was, his race schedule he knew very specifically. And then I obviously knew my mission. I was selling products. And so I was working with independent sales reps. And so I just planned my travel accordingly. And it worked out fairly well.
The best was whenever we met off the exit ramp. You were getting out of the
Kansas.
one in Kansas or somewhere random. We met off of an exit ramp, and she got out of the vehicle and just jumped in with me.
Yep.
And
Had my bags. And then we ended up in Pueblo.
yeah, that's right.
I woke up and I'm like, that John Denver's full of shit, man. Because we were.
Those showers were so freaking cold too. Pueblo had no hot water at the track. Those showers were so cold in the morning to take a shower.
No, nice.
Yeah.
So you know what that reminded me of is like a weird work trip thing. We picked you up on the way to Redbud Motocross to Nations.
Yes.
And South Bend, Indiana, or no, Indy.
It was an Indy
Yeah,
pickup.
picked her up, went to Motocross Nations. She needed to fly out to some other boat.
I think I was going to
show
Miami or
Yeah.
something.
And we were trying to call an Uber, but there's no cell signal at Motocross
Oh, it's in, like,
Nations.
Buchanan, Michigan.
But I mean, with all
middle
the
of
people
nowhere.
there's no cell signal. You couldn't get out. And we're like, go up to a place. And we're like, do you guys have a landline or something we could do or connect the
Call a
internet
taxi?
to call a
Yeah.
taxi or whatever? We need to get her to South Bend to fly out. And the woman standing there is like, oh, I Uber people all the time. Do you remember this?
Yeah, yeah.
Like in a
She's like, I
black
drive
Ford
people.
Explorer.
Yeah, she's
Tell
like,
them about the trip back to the airport. with
oh
that.
my gosh, I did not think I was going to
This
make
was
it.
the
Oh
weekend
no.
that we announced to our friends that she's pregnant. She had a Future 50 rider shirt underneath her shirt. And I was
I
like,
did.
man, he's
I
got
was
something to tell him.
Yeah, I
And-
was what, like 8 or 9 weeks pregnant or something
Yeah.
like that. And get in this car with this woman. And we're in the middle of nowhere, right? And I'm by myself. There's no service, so I can't even call him, like, if we need help. This woman is like veering into like oncoming traffic. And I'm like, are you okay? Like, should I drive? And
Bitch, you've been drinking at Motocross Nation.
I think she was also, if I remember correctly, going like 25 in like a 55.
Oh, wow.
And I'm just like,
Oh, I thought it was the opposite. I thought she was doing like 75.
no,
and
no, no, no.
55.
Took forever. And I was like, I'm going to die on the way to the airport here, you know? And then, of course, because you're, first time pregnant, I'm like freaking out because I'm like, oh my gosh, like I'm going to be a mom. I can't die. I can't die like this. Oh my gosh. And then the woman gave me, so she was asking me questions. She was very chatty, very nice lady. Asking me questions about myself. And I remember somehow it came up that I was like in the Coast Guard. She took that as she thought that I was a Marine.
Oh, wow.
And I was not in the point to correct her or anything. I was like, just get me there safely, like
Just nod and smile.
you just go with it. That's
Smile
fine.
away, boys. Smile away.
So when we pull into the airport finally, I'm like, thank you, Jesus. Like, we're here. We made it. And just a little bit further. And she pulls in. She's got all this like stuff, little tchotchkes, like on her pinned like to the roof of her car and her mirrors and stuff. And she takes off this little gold one that's got like a purple heart with like a gem in it or something. And she takes it off and she gives it to me and she goes, I want you to have this. She's like, thank you so much for your service and protecting us.
Oh, wow.
Like, okay. Thank you for getting me here alive. And you know what? I still have that.
Oh,
That's awesome.
I do.
I don't remember
still,
any of that.
I still
Like,
have
yeah.
it because I really thought we were gonna die that day. I was like, I mean, I've had many of instances of near-death experiences, and that one sticks out.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Since we're on that leads a good segue into how Megan told me she loved me.
Oh, dun, dun, dun.
Or how you tricked me.
That is for the jury to decide. Okay. So I found the video of this, and people.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh.
People watching, you're going to need to turn the volume up when she is talking because it's like the phone is over by me and she's a little bit quiet. So when you hear her talking, we'll pause and we'll talk about it a little bit. So this is Little Talladega, Megan's first track day. And
Can I see it on there or no?
yeah, I'm working on it. Woman? This is my show. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay.
Are you sure?
I don't know what I'm doing. No,
Okay.
I don't. Okay. Megan's first track day, and we talked about this a little bit because Danielle was there.
Circa, what year was this?
2010.
2010.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is before. Here's Megan and Danielle. Look at those two.
Having a great time.
Love
Yeah.
it.
Look at that. You look good. What happened?
A lot. You.
That's
you. That's what
Say
happened.
me. Okay, so let's watch Megan's crash here.
Oh.
Aww. So it's like a low side that then high sided her right off. I'm on her Supermoto, by the way. Here, I'm gonna cut ours off so that you can. All right. What hurts?
Left side. Is it move your limbs and stuff? Shoulders took most of the hit. See if you can move your right shoulder just a little. That hurt? Your your right shoulder. Good. Toes and everything work. Hip. But everything is moving. You want to try to sit up?
Okay. So
Same 5 questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah. This
How's
is
the
gonna
bike?
be good.
What happened?
Have you seen this?
No, this is the same 5
Oh,
questions
okay.
that we all asked.
Yeah.
It's better.
Any writer would
It's
ask the
better than
same.
that. She was 10-second Tom from 51st Dates.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Yeah. So it wasn't 10 seconds. It was about 2 minutes. I got 2 minutes out of her, and it was a reset.
Oh no.
So we were in the hospital forever, and I filmed this, right? So I should have got the picture of your face. There's a picture of
Oh,
her
the
with the
ambulance?
ambulance doors open, and it's just like no one's home. And she's
Oh,
just,
No, but I
No.
had the biggest shit
Shit
grin on
grin.
my face. Like,
Yeah.
it was the best day of my life.
All right, so here's some of the questions here. Well, this is where you're gonna need to turn it up, people.
Mm-hmm. I told her. What? No. No, I'm not taking a picture. Mm-hmm. Yep. Like that. Your mom knows. She is texting nonstop. Not really. And now your bike's totaled. Danielle crashed earlier in the day. She hurt her ankle. And then I started riding the DRZ after that. And I have you on camera crashing because I was following you with the DRZ. Alright.
All right, so right here. Right here. That's reset. So now we go back to asking the same questions to see a different reaction out of her every single time. All right.
You know that your mom knows? Your finger's broke too. Middle finger. And your bike's totaled. Yes. Yep. You can make into a track bike, that's about it. Danielle's doing alright. Just talked to her. You crashed earlier in the day. You need to know how bad you were. You know what time it is? You should. You've asked me about 20 times. It's 11 o'clock at night. 4 hours. Yeah, I just told you. And the CAT scans. Tell her. Yeah, it's totaled. All good. How's your broken finger? Danielle's ankle's not broke. You crashed earlier in the day. Uh-huh. And I rode your DR the rest of the day. I got your crash on helmet cam. Uh-huh. I know.
One of my favorite videos in the world right there. So we were dating 2 months at this time, maybe 3. It was early on in our relationship. And I'm having fun with it at this point. I'm stuck in the hospital. I got 10-second Tom on my hands. I told her, I was like, you probably don't remember our anniversary dinner I just took you to. She's like, what? I was like, yeah, we went to Ruth Chris. I spent like $300. It was our 4-year anniversary. She's like, what?
Oh no.
Oh, wait, it gets worse.
It does. I told her that her mom's like it's okay. Your mom's got the kids.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Like,
gosh.
kids. And I was like, yeah, our son and daughter, made up names. And she's like, I was like, you don't remember our children?
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is like
So
That's ridiculous.
this is the day of. Like we're on the way home from the hospital, or was it in the hospital?
And we were in the hospital, or whatever. And there's so
Yeah.
much. I'm just having fun with it
Yeah,
at
yeah.
this point. So he's in my lap on the way home. And then I go, you probably don't remember telling me you love me either, do you? Like, said that? I'm like, yeah, you said that. And she's like, I did? Yeah. Well, I do. And then I was like, you said it first, gotcha, bitch. Because we're stubborn. We might have finally said it to each other at this point, being together.
Baby.
But yeah, because she said that, I was like, you said it first, so now we're all good.
Oh,
Oh man.
ruthless,
Stuff
right?
You could have.
I know, for sure.
Man.
I always
You coulda
knew when
played some
Matt was
big
concussed
pranks.
because he'd look at me and he'd say, I'm golden.
One pupil would be
yeah.
like this, the other would be like this.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And actually, on the way here, what's the name of the place? Moon's Farm?
Yeah, Moon's
Oh, yeah,
Farm's not too far from here, is it?
No,
No, it's
right
super
up the
close.
street.
Yeah, so I'm driving all these roads. and
Yeah,
I'm like,
wait. He's like, I think I've been here before. And then he's like, wait, I know. Moon's Farm is around here. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
I went,
Is there
I
a
went
story
riding,
to that?
Yeah, I went riding with
Ellaby.
Ryan. You know, Ryan invited me out there because he knows Keith pretty well and Austin. So we went out there and they had plowed it super deep. Oh, it was such a good day. It was good. And I overjumped the one table kind of thing that they had in the middle, and I landed in the soft duff and just kind of blew my foot off, and then just got all out of balance, and I went down and I cracked my head. And Ryan was there, and I remember he said he came around, and I was trying to pick up my bike all funny. I was like on the opposite side. The wheels were here, and I was trying to pick the handlebar up from here.
You're like, what are you doing?
Yeah, like, what are you doing? And I just remember sitting on the tailgate of my truck having a Coke, and I was like, I don't know how I got here. And I called Terry, and I said, hey, I don't know how I got here, but the truck's got GPS, so I'll be able to make it home.
And then Ryan called and he said, oh, yeah, he's for sure concussed, but I think he'll make it.
That's a good friend.
Yeah.
Great.
Guess we'll
his
find out.
dad's a doctor, right? I
Yeah.
mean, he's
Yeah, he's a podiatrist.
Yeah.
So that means he's kind of a doctor too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
By default.
He signed off on it.
I got
That
a
was
few of
good.
those calls, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
Oh yeah. Hit the wrong button. So went off there a little bit. Do we want to get into other ones, or just me throw things at you and see what sticks?
Yeah, throw something at us.
So one thing that was brought up in the chats by Todd Brewer.
Ah. Oh, Toddy.
What happened with some poison ivy in Woodstock?
Oh, no.
gosh.
Oh, Todd Nybeck. Todd.
First of all, that's Laura Ellaby's brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I want to go down this rabbit hole. Thanks, Todd. Appreciate it, guy. I blame Todd. It's Todd.
First of all,
Actually-
he's a professional. He's 20 years in the Marine Corps, and you know
Yeah,
Marines.
He's got a professional liver.
Yeah.
I didn't.
They're
It
seasoned
all went
veterans
wrong
when
with
it
the
comes to
tequila.
drinking.
It all went wrong with the pineapple tequila, and I think Todd would actually probably blame my good buddy Peter Shea, because once Petey showed up,
Anytime Petey shows up, shit's hitting the fan anyways.
I love that guy. If there's any person that you could call aside from my mom, my stepmom, to come bail you out of jail, Petey would be on that list.
Yeah, it's true, because you bailed him out.
Anyways, we ended up getting out of the Uber. We Ubered. We were safe, and let's just say the stars were very nice that night. And all I remember is laying down, looking at the stars in the front yard. And then
That's probably all you remember.
then I woke up in the camper after that
At your house?
at my house.
Yeah.
I was in the camper. I actually prepared the camper for Todd.
Yeah, let
'cause I
me
was
go
like-
ahead and pick it up from here. So, first of all,
Terry, what happened?
yeah.
See, what had happened was
Exactly. So Matt and Todd are going out and they're meeting Peter. And anytime Peter's out and about, there's trouble. And
yeah, if there's ever a Peter out and about,
it's trouble.
there's trouble.
So at about 3:30 in the morning,
Once again, motorcycles still are weaved into the story because I met Peter through motorcycles.
Absolutely.
The first time I saw Peter, he had a V-Strom. He was riding a V-Strom with a bike rack on it. So he had his mountain bike and a V-Strom, and he was at Bartow Power Sports. It was cool as shit.
Did you
Yeah.
work there?
For 2 weeks, yeah.
I think everybody kind of worked there for just a couple weeks.
yeah.
I went there to help them like straighten inventory or whatever. I was in between Marmo, actually.
Yeah.
And he was needing help with something, and I was like, I'll go there for 2 weeks. And
Yeah.
do some stuff. Yeah.
Well, shout out to Peter because he owns Dalton Automotive now in Marietta. And I've taken my vehicle down there a lot. And anytime I need a loaner vehicle, it's usually a motorcycle.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Petey's good for it.
Anyways, long story short, these guys go out and I kind of knew it was going to be trouble. But 3:30 in the morning in Woodstock, I'm like, where did these guys go? And I was pissed.
Yeah.
I'm like, Matt's not home. Nobody's answering their phone.
What's still open in Woodstock at 3:30?
Nothing.
Yeah.
So, of course, like, I was starting to get frustrated. Well, then the next
The
morning,
police department.
the next morning it dawned on me, oh, they're probably in the camper. So I opened the camper door and I mean, the odor indicated that they were definitely in there. I'm
Oh
like,
my
oh
gosh.
God. But yeah, the poison ivy story, I guess they were.
There was poison ivy in the front yard, okay? And in the middle of the night, I might have had to go pee.
Oh,
Okay?
no.
You can imagine
Oh.
where this is going.
All right.
So Teri makes a wisecrack. She's like, "You're going to wake up with poison ivy on your dick."
And that's exactly
next
what
day.
happened?
Oh, yeah. Just a couple days later.
Oh, no.
I had poison ivy.
He's super sensitive
I'm
to it,
super
too.
allergic to it as
Oh
well.
my
I had it freaking everywhere. It was so bad. Thanks a lot, Todd.
Thank you, Todd. That was great. I got one that's almost as good with that. Is I was mountain biking in Alatoona, and
That's where they raise poison ivy over there.
well, this isn't
They
poison
grow it
ivy
and raise
related,
it.
but it's junk related.
Oh, okay.
So I got my tire stuck on Voodoo in one of the like rock sections. They hadn't filled it in; they just put it in. Did sideways. I'm clipped in. Couldn't get unclipped. The bars hit just above my junk.
Ooh.
Oof.
All the swelling from the blood of the impact went into my junk.
Oh, man.
So it looked probably similar to yours, in which I had to refrain. I was like, you got to wait till the swelling goes down because it was black. And I was like, because once you go black, like that's the same, right? Like, so I couldn't, I couldn't perform, So I was like, you
He's
gotta.
probably like, you're good.
There's pictures. I got pictures on my phone if you guys want.
No, that's okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Gosh.
So speaking of another thing, I'm just gonna throw at you, candy cane tattoos and stuff. We're not gonna say his name, but I know for a fact that you and Zebra Man went to high school together.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah, we did. Yep.
I did not know
100%.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
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 I think I've
We used
seen
to-
home videos of
Oh, dude, that
wheelies
guy-
and stuff.
That guy
Don't
can
say his
wheelie a bike.
Don't say
It's
his
fine.
name.
But that guy can wheelie a bike, and I just remember we'd rip around as kids, and if anybody
He said as kids, not his kids. It sounded like
Yeah.
we rip around his kids.
No, we ripped
As-
around as
as
kids.
kids. Yeah.
Sorry, let me enunciate.
I just wanted to, because somebody listening might be like, his kids?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no. We ripped around as kids on dirt bikes. And so I had a YZ80 at the time. My brother had a YZ80. And my dad's rule was the race bikes don't leave. Like, race bikes are for racing, play bikes are for playing. And so Chris always, well,
That's fine. There's
That's
Bill,
okay.
Billy and
Billy and
Chris's.
he would always rip his race bike. It was so like I was jealous of that. I really was because he would ride his race bike, but he could wheelie, and it was fun ripping around with him. I had this old DR125 that had been gifted to us from a family friend, but the CDI box was kind of janky. It had cracked from all the vibrations, and so you had to the CDI box was up here, and you had to like press it just right to get the bike to even start.
Oh my
and it was
gosh.
kickstart
So
only.
what happened when you rode it then?
Yeah,
It
it
was,
vibrate.
it was super inconsistent. My dad, being like the genius that he is, like, let's put some rubber behind it. So that worked for a while. It dampened it, and so it actually I could rip it. And we would ride that around, and then I just remember we were over at his house one day riding through the power line cuts and all this stuff, and it just stopped. The bike just straight up stopped running. I was kicking. It was 1,000,000 degrees out. I was about to throw up in my helmet. It was so bad.
That's funny.
But yeah, we went to school together, rode a lot. And we actually went out to Calhoun back in the day.
Yeah.
Took him to Calhoun. He went with us, or his parents came with him. We got him out there, and they had this big double in the back. It was pretty stout, and dude, he launched it first time, cleared it perfect, like picture perfect. And then the second time he went to hit it, and you know how it is, like that second, whenever you hit something the first time and you do it right, you're trying to replicate that feeling or get it. He came up just a little short.
Oh, no.
Just a little, and I mean just straight cased it. Well, maybe not a little short, a lot short. Just straight cased it, bounced over and landed in the flat. Like straight up, rung his bell, the whole nine. It was, I remember like my dad being like, man, his parents are going to be pissed. Just because like, I think he had concussed himself. It was a pretty hard hit. This dude was still ripping though after that.
Yeah, I know they went to high school together because Chris Hall told me that a long time ago when we were buddies. Long time ago. Yeah. But I think, did you see Daniel and Brad's episode that they did in here? You need to. Chris hates me. The story of why is in there.
Oh, okay.
So it's way worse than our
Chris
situation.
Yeah.
Chris probably doesn't like me in high school. He didn't. Yeah, he wasn't too fond of me. And so
You want to know
He's
why?
blocked on social media.
oh,
You want to know why he hated you? Same reason he hated me. You were actually a good rider.
well,
True. Is that not, come on.
yeah. The first time it happened was there was a qualifier at Lazy River or something. First time I'd ever been to Lazy River. It came a North Georgia frog choker freaking rain, right? Like just down. And
I've honestly never heard that expression.
I don't think I have
frog
either.
choker.
a frog choker,
Okay.
yeah.
Sometimes he says a turd floater, but
Yeah. So, but it was dumping. And at that time, Dylan and my dad would just take us to practice days. Riverview was still open. I don't know if you remember
I never
that
got to
place.
ride there.
Yeah, Riverview was open, and we would just go. It didn't matter if it was rain or shine. We'd just go ride. And I'd been riding in mud like leading up to it, and so we get to this to Lazy River, and it was just muddy as could be, and
Soupiest soup
ever.
Yeah.
And it just like it kind of clicked. And in high school, you know, you're riding with those guys, and it's like it's bragging rights, right? We were all in the C class together, you know, and I just remember I beat a couple guys that had been racing longer than us, and it felt good. And I wrote an article for school about it or something.
Oh, yeah?
It was like a writing assignment or some bullshit. And I was like, oh yeah, this weekend was really good. And I was explaining the conditions and all this stuff. And I was like, and I beat blah, 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 blah. And I think they found out about this paper, and then it was game on from then.
Like you're talking shit about us.
Yeah.
In your assignments.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, I mean, I was happy with myself. So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, you can hurt Zebra Man's ego pretty easy too. So she fills me in on all the chaos on TikTok that was going on for a while.
Oh, yeah, I still watch
Yeah.
for entertainment purposes.
All right, so on to the next one. So you had sent something about Appalachian Trail wedding planning. I thought that was kind of interesting.
oh yeah.
You know who did our wedding planning? We had a.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
I wonder if
It is
you,
a lot of work.
So she would ask me things to include me, and I would go, I know you don't give a shit what I'm going to say. You're just trying to include me. I was like, so ask me, wink right for yes and left for no. So then she'd ask me something, and I'd go, she's like, what? And then she'd go, and I'd be like, yeah, let's go with that one kind of thing,
it.
right? And this is actually really interesting. Their wedding day, 10-10-10.
Yes.
yeah,
Oh, how convenient.
yeah.
What's
Gotta
I
be
would
able to
probably remember that one a little bit
That's
better.
what I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah.
That's why we did it.
We
I mean,
chose
this guy's
ours.
bumped his head a few times. So
Yeah.
didn't want to make sure he remembered.
Yeah.
So we chose ours, 10-13-13.
So
Yeah.
I have to remember two numbers,
Yeah.
which I still can't do. So.
Which I really wanted to do 13-13-13. But apparently it's in January of 2014.
Yeah.
And I was like,
It's all weird.
come on. You have to do math and all kinds of other bullshit. So, all right. So, Appalachian Trail wedding planning. How'd that all come about?
Well, we could
Shortly after my race season
yeah.
in 09.
Oh, and sorry. What the fuck is Lollapalooza?
The Linnapalooza.
Linnapalooza?
Linnapalooza.
Okay, what is that?
That
I
was our
mean, if
wedding
you
weekend.
can ask the people that were at our wedding, it was
So
probably
this is
one of the
like
best
some
weddings
10,
of the
10,
planet.
10 date thing, name that we didn't know or remember.
I didn't know it was named Linnapalooza till the next day.
Our friends named it Linnapalooza.
Yeah, the
Oh,
wedding
so
weekend.
events that happened led it to being named
Yeah.
that. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm thinking there's
We
some
missed the party. The party apparently was really good.
You
but we
missed
missed
it?
Oh yeah.
the
Yeah.
party at
Oh,
your own
no.
wedding.
Yeah.
Well, no, we
On purpose?
partied. No,
We missed a fist fight at ours.
We did.
Yeah.
yeah, it was.
Well, now it's a good time for you to talk about the Cherahalla Skyway, I think.
Oh, so shortly after, racing, obviously riding road bikes and bicycles and stuff had become like a training tool. And so I was super kind of after road racing, like whenever I had kind of closed that chapter a little bit, I got into biking pretty heavy. And whenever Harry and I were together, it was like her birthday. And I rented this cabin up in.
It was like her birthday.
It was her birthday. Yeah, I was trying to remember the year. I don't.
2009.
2009.
Like a lot
So
of
it
your
was
relationship
2009.
is centered around
Yeah.
your birthday.
Yeah,
It is.
and that's a good point.
It is.
I remember
because I can remember that day.
You remember February? I'm driving across the country, thinking to myself that I'm moving across the country for a dude, right?
Yeah.
And then in
He's got
July
those
of that,
blue eyes.
yeah, so
That's
blue
it.
eyes.
Steely blue eyes.
In July
Is
of
that what did
that
it for
year,
you?
he made a plan.
I guess.
No.
Yeah. So in July of that year, we went up to Tellico Plains and we were going to go to the Skyway. And so I had this plan to get her up to this overlook up there. We ended up we're pedaling and it's all uphill. It's a grind. And she's back there just
Suffering.
suffering. And I'm
Is
just
this where you proposed?
yeah.
Oh,
I
you
had
never worked for it.
I had a ring in
Yeah.
my jersey.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, if I did that to her, she'd be like, "Fuck you."
I would have
Yeah.
thrown him off the cliff.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm pedaling, suffering, and I'm thinking to myself, this better be fucking worth it.
Yeah. So we didn't get to the one that I wanted to go to, but we ended up
Ew.
at like the next overlook down.
Called like turkey.
Yeah, it was
neck or
like
something.
turkey knob,
Oh
turkey
my
neck,
gosh.
turkey something. And I'm like nervous, I'm sitting back there as I'm pedaling, like I keep fidgeting, making sure that the ring is
Didn't
like
fall out.
Yeah, I did. I'm like it's
Still there.
that it's there,
Yeah.
And then we get there and posed in Lycra. Not the best
Not the best photo
not the
op
best
for either
photo
of us.
op for either of us.
How'd you even
but
hide the ring in that
it was
outfit?
just a little
Whoa,
super
whoa,
little
whoa. We
small.
might not want to know the answer to
It's
that.
called the prison wallet. Right? But no, I just had it in a little zipper bag or something. And then I proposed to her and she said yes, clearly.
Yeah.
But coming back down, it was all downhill, right? It's back to where we were going. And she had the biggest just grin on her
Just catching
face.
flies on the way down.
So
Doing one- right down to
Yeah.
One
or
handed.
was it right hand before the marriage?
Oh, yeah,
I
I
worn a
guess
wedding ring in 10 years.
Yeah, I
Like,
guess it's
can't
right hand
do
before you
jewelry.
get married, right?
Yeah.
So so then we planned our wedding right around the same place. At the cabin that we were staying, they had like all of these cabins around there. It was like a little development. And we ended up booking it for super cheap, but all of our families had a different cabin.
Mm.
So, and we brought them together for a weekend because they had never met each other. Her family's from North Dakota, my family's from kind of Florida and Georgia and everywhere. And so we brought everybody together. And then the next day on the Saturday, we ended up going whitewater rafting. And the rule was that you couldn't sit in the boat with the same family. Like we mixed all the family members
yeah.
up.
Nice.
So they
That's
got
a
to
good
know
idea.
each other going
They're
down the Ocoee.
blending.
Yeah, blending.
We had the
So-
sumo suits.
Yeah, we had sumo
oh
suits
my
there.
gosh.
So people were sumo
Fireworks.
wrestling. My mom put on the sumo suit and she wrestled Vicky Hoffman. Tossed
Yeah.
Vicky Hoffman over her
Matt's-
shoulder.
What, Matt's wife at the time? Or?
Mike.
Mike, yeah.
Yeah.
Why I say Matt? Matt Hoffman, the fucking BMX dude. That's why.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike Hoffman. So wife at the time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it was a good weekend. Like we had all our friends there. We had the bachelor's cabin. Teri had her cabin with her friends. We just had it was just like this function, and we had a nice field area with a tent in the like a common area, and so we just met there and had barbecue, and it was fun.
Yeah. It was
Wait,
a
so
fun
that was the
weekend.
engagement weekend?
No, that
or
was the wedding. That was the wedding.
actual
The
wedding.
engagement
okay.
weekend was the same place. Like we stayed at the same
Oh, cool.
little place there, and so we were looking at all these wedding places to have venues to have our
Mhm.
wedding, and it was like the amount of money they wanted and all the
Oh,
stuff,
yeah.
and to get
That's
all the people
crazy.
there,
Yeah.
it was ridiculous. And so we
Yeah.
contacted the same place there, and they had all the cabins open for that weekend, and we ended up booking the whole place for super cheap. I thought it was really reasonable.
Yeah.
And then everybody had their cabin, all the families were there, we all had fun and games, and
Nice.
yeah.
The planning aspect of it. This is what
Yeah.
you were asking about. So, the birthday weekend, Cheryl Hollis Skyway, stay at this cabin facility. Matt rented a cabin, but it was huge. So he called Ryan and Laura.
Yeah.
And they came up. We went whitewater rafting that day, and the guide his name was Smitty, and he was telling us how the summer before he had hiked the Appalachian Trail. And during that time is when Scorpion was going through their change with going to distribution Western Power Sports.
Oh, yeah.
And then who I was reporting to at the time, Eric Anderson, he's a dear friend and mentor of mine. He ended up leaving that organization. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to hike the Appalachian Trail. And Matt is like, whatever you want to do, babe.
Yeah.
So
Oh, well, I thought it was good. I want to come too.
yeah.
Well,
He did a little hiking, but we did a lot of planning literally from the mountaintop. Like, hey, what about this color of flowers? Yep.
so I proposed to her, and then she went on a
A tear?
She ran away.
yeah, she ran away. And she did like a 3 month.
It
Well, I
was
don't-
going to be 6,
Yeah.
but my knee decided to not cooperate. So
Yeah, so I had to go rush up and go pick you up in Virginia.
on Cinco de Mayo.
But I would hike with her during the weekends. I'd try to go
So
each
you'd, like
weekend.
drive up and link?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and then I'd hike a little bit, and then each time she would get like almost an hour drive further away
Yeah.
after
Oh, yeah.
how many ever days. It was like she'd be an hour further away. It was fun. It was
Seemed way longer for me.
yeah.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of funny that you did that. I went with motorcycles to propose. So we actually announced our relationship on Father's Day weekend
Mm-hmm.
at Deals Gap with my parents. Like,
Oh,
we're like, hey,
nice.
we're in a relationship. And then 2 years later, I planned, was it 2 years? Yeah, it was 2 years later.
Yeah.
I planned for us to go up on the same trip and propose to her at Deals Gap, which I did.
Yeah.
And my dad was like a giddy little schoolgirl, but we were like rushing to get up there. And by the time we finally got, the power line overlook
Yeah.
at Deals Gap,
Mhm.
we got to there, but it was dark.
But you got, so you guys picked me up from work or something. You had
Rush.
your
And
dad
she's
had
like,
a
"What the
gold
fuck
wing.
is- like, why are you guys like
Your
trying
dad
to get the
had his
hell out?"
gold wing on the trailer. We rented, or we took
zero motorcycles
electric
from
bikes.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
from WoW and took him up there on the trailer. And like, it was supposed to be just for you sold it to me as like for Father's Day.
Yeah, my
taking his
dad really wants
up,
to go
right?
up. Like, let's go up again. We went there 2 years ago.
So
Blah
I'm
blah
like,
blah.
I'm thinking nothing, right? I'm like, yeah, no big deal. Great, we'll go ride. So they're like, we got to go up there. We got to get there before at sunset and go. We want to see sunset on the overlook.
Well, I was making my dad tell it. Like, he's the one that
Yeah.
wants this idea. So
and
to
as
keep
we're
you
driving up there, it's
unsuspect.
like it's like 3 hours, whatever, to
Yeah,
drive
it's about
up
3 hours from there.
and like we're hitting traffic, you know what I mean? Like there's no way. I'm like, there's no way we're gonna make it. And I'm like, the whole way I'm like, guys, it's no big deal. Like, let's just do it tomorrow. It's not a big deal. Like, we don't need to do it tonight. They're like, no, we gotta go. And so we're just like tearing ass up there. And then we get there. I have never seen bikes unloaded from a trailer so fast in my life. They took them off. They're like, get your helmet on. Let's go. I'm like, guys,
We were trying to get some sunlight.
I was like, literally, the sun is halfway down right now. Like, we're at the bottom.
Actually, the sun was already down. We
I
just
think
had
it was-
remnants of
Yeah.
the sun.
So I was like, I don't know what I said, fine. Like, I'm just going to go with it, whatever. So we get on, we go up there. It's like 25 miles an hour speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's definitely
so-
not happening.
No. So we're going up there as fast as we possibly can. get up to the top. It's pitch black. There's no lights up there either, right? No
And
lights
there was a
on
group
top.
of sport bike guys talking that my dad
There was.
shushed as
Yeah.
I'm like proposing.
Yeah,
And I'm
so
like,
then-
Dad, don't be a dick, you know?
So yeah, then he starts to propose. So then obviously I'm like, oh, okay, now I see why we needed the sunlight, you know?
Do you remember what I tried to get away with and you forced me?
No, what?
I was trying to not officially ask. And you were like, are you going to actually ask me? So I was presenting the ring.
And she
You
wanted
know what
the
this
audible.
means.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need to say, will you marry me? I just like, here's why we were rushing up here. And she's like, I should have got the pictures, damn it. And yeah, so then she's puts it all together and then she's like, are you gonna actually ask me? And I was like, fuck.
I think he didn't want to do it in front of an audience either because
Yeah.
there's just like a bunch of strangers right there and it's like totally quiet, you know, and we're all just standing like within 6 feet of each other.
So yeah, then I was like, will you marry me? And then she said yes. And then the next day,
And then wait, what happened on the way down? Was that night or the next day?
the next day,
Oh, okay.
I got a double the speed limit ticket.
Oh no!
On a zero motorcycle.
Oh my
An electric
God.
bike by the Tennessee State Patrol.
Yep.
You were going so fast. I knew you were going fast. I could
I
hear
kept
it.
telling him. I remember being like, dude, I'm on an electric bike. I'm used to road bikes. I did not know I was going this fast. Because I pull up on it and I'm like the dude did the whole like out of a turn, just walks out.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Come here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I left them. So then her and my dad pulled up and I was I did everything I could to tell him. I'm like, dude, I swear to you, I knew how fast I was going. Actually, I slowed down. Somehow I slowed down the turn before. And yeah, I tried lying to the guy, like, dude, I'm so sorry. Like this, it's so quiet. We're on an electric bike. Like,
And
He's like,
you gotta
whatever.
imagine this was like before there was like the first electric bikes on the street.
Yeah,
you know
ever.
what I mean?
because it was
Yeah.
2000 into 2011 or into 2012. We
Yeah,
were
there wasn't a
engaged
whole
for like
lot
a
of-
year and a half.
Yeah.
So so then I remember I drove up to Tennessee court into Knoxville. You got to go up 75 into Knoxville.
You're like, I'm not paying
to,
this.
like, to try to get out of it. And the judge literally was like, Anthony Bennett, what'd you do? Why? Fine stands. And I was just like, fuck. I took a day off of work, drove up to Knoxville from Atlanta.
No.
Like, son of a bitch.
This isn't
Nice try,
Georgia.
son.
Yeah. If you show up, you might get something.
Yeah, no, honestly, in Georgia, a lot of times it was like, just go to court. The cop's not going to show
Yeah.
up, and they just
Yeah.
throw it out.
I realize sometimes
No.
you can just call.
Hmm.
You just call them.
That's good.
Pay the
good
fine.
to know.
You're golden.
Well,
Noted.
yeah.
Yeah, so that was,
That was a very expensive weekend for you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot of
You
ways.
got this amazing thing out of it, though, didn't you? That's a big fucking rock right there. That was like 7 dirt bike
Yeah.
fails to get that thing. That's actually, my dad and I planned that very well. Why you didn't think we were going up for that. So I had a bike ready to sell.
Sell.
The alcohol's kicking in. So like, then because she knew I was flipping bikes to get an engagement ring, she was sending me pictures and all this other stuff.
I purposely
you know?
sent him very large rings because it was going to take him longer to get the money to pay for it.
What a bitch. So yeah,
Clever.
I had one that I was like, Dad, look, I'm going to sell this in the next few months. I was like, front me the money that I need to get this. Then we actually drove by it last weekend, Atlanta Mart. I had a buddy get me into Atlanta Mart where I got that thing. It should have been like a $12,000 ring, and I got it for like $40. So, but yeah, I think it's probably worth like 20 grand now. But I specifically said, I was like, I want the blood diamonds. Like, I want them, like, whatever the cheapest is. You know, like, I don't care. You know,
I want the ones smuggled over here.
I didn't do that. It was actually.
But they probably do.
Yeah, it probably was. You might have a blood diamond.
Redact that from the record, please.
I'm from Florida. I don't know what that word means. Anyway. So how about becoming parents in 2012? That's the next thing on the list
Wow.
of the stuff you sent me. You know what? Before we get into that, I gotta say, we've got some badass people in our presence. Like, not just road racing, but professionally. Harry, you are a national sales manager?
I'm the sales director.
Sales director for...
Troy Lee Designs.
It's a pretty cool gig to be having. Matt?
Yeah. She's my sugar mama. I mean, what is that? What?
That's my sugar mama. But no, you got a really cool job too, like within the KTM group, right?
Yeah. So I guess everybody knows them as a KTM group, but it's Pure Mobility, and I work on the e-bike side. So Pure New Mobility. I work with basically our Husqvarna and Gas e-bike product, and helping troubleshoot, find parts, helping dealers do what they need or help them find what they need whenever they have problems, and help them just diagnose stuff and fix problems for their customers. So
he's got a lot of experience in this because he takes care of my bicycles
Exactly.
and motorcycles.
Yeah.
So we started to talk on this before the show, and I didn't get to finish, but our son has a KTM EE too.
Oh, okay.
So, but
Those are so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we really could use an extra battery. So,
In case
All right.
you know anyone.
and if you happen to know anybody, Matt, I
All right.
really need. Dude, it's so cool how they built that thing. They took a Husqvarna lawnmower
Yep.
and put the engine in the rear wheel and took the battery and shoved it in the side. Like, it's freaking genius.
The best thing is no carburetors, no air filters.
Oh, yeah.
It can sit there for 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months. It's ready to go.
He loves that thing. He
Yeah.
rides on his P-Dub, and he's like, Dad, I
He
want a
doesn't even,
KTM.
he doesn't
Yeah.
even want to ride the P-Dub anymore. And
Yeah.
it was all Stasic, and then we put him on that, and like that's his favorite bike for sure.
I have to say the strategy that KTM, because before Teri Lynn Designs, I was at KTM, and the strategy behind rolling out the youth electric, and then it grows as the child goes,
Mhm.
Yeah.
is, to me, it's the best strategy. Because even our daughter, Stasic, then was on the E5, and then hopping on a 65, she was a little bit like,
Yeah, it was a
it's loud. I don't know about it. And,
Mhm.
you know, for somebody that worked at Alta Motors,
Yep.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was the Southeast
I didn't know
DSM.
that.
Yeah, DSM for Alta while they were whenever they were alive and kicking.
yeah, it's an interesting social experiment. When adults hop on an electric motorcycle, they're like, this is so much fun. It's awesome. But it's typically the second motorcycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
It's not going to be there only
Yeah,
for the
'cause
most
it's
part.
not their native.
You don't get the
Right, it's
you
not
don't
like
get the
what they
smell, the vibration, the
It's not what
sound.
they grew up with, right?
Right.
Vibrations running up my legs.
But kids, they just don't know any different. And
Yeah.
I think when your son is 15 and 16, like the face of what is racing on the track is going to look completely different.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was awesome working with Alta. I mean, I think like we did we take people from Tucker Rocky whenever you were working with them?
Yep.
We had a bunch of people from Tucker come out and ride the bikes, and we just the demos, just doing demos with people
Mhm.
was amazing.
Mhm.
Like I think at all the demos that I did at Highland Park, at motocross tracks, at wherever,
Dude, that was the last time we've seen each other.
was it?
Before tonight. I was
Park?
just thinking, I went to Highland Park and rode a demo.
Yeah,
And I did.
that was a while ago.
That was
Yeah.
for sure.
That was a long time ago.
Well, the
but
best part is you can hear people giggling. I was
Yeah,
riding
you-
with Mark
yeah.
Edwards, and I could hear
Oh,
him
yeah.
giggling behind me.
everybody had a smile whenever they got off of it, and I think it changed their thought process. Does it solve everything? No. For a lot of us, it doesn't. If
Yeah.
you're a
Right.
fast racer, you know, you're gonna. There's times that you're gonna be dissatisfied with the amount of time you get out of it,
Mhm.
but there's other times that whenever I would ride it, it was so much fun, and it was like you just go out, you ride, you're having
Yeah.
fun with your friends. It's the technology, and I mean even now with like Stark, I haven't got a
Dude.
chance to throw my leg over one
I
of those yet.
refuse to ride one because
But-
I know I will have to buy one.
Yeah. I mean, and then there's these other companies like Dust Moto and other companies that are coming up that are, it's going to be exciting to see what they bring. Even KTM, the new free ride they launched,
Yeah.
is super. You can tag it. It's for the street. It's ready to go. It's
I got-
super cool.
I got to ride that at
So,
Babes in the Dirt, actually.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of cool things that it fits, but, it's not going to do everything. And I
Mhm.
think, I still like my 300. So,
Yeah. I think you have to have two.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
I mean,
N plus one.
yeah.
Whatever
We
you
do that
have
with our
plus one.
chicks, but we can do that with our bike.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's a
There you
safe
go.
zone. The problem is at our house, neither one of us will say no. It's like, I think I
Yeah.
should get a 690. Matt's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I think you should.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Well, she makes me buy all my stuff separately.
I don't
so,
even know
yeah.
what's in the garage anymore
Yeah.
because I just try not. I don't even pay attention.
She spends her fun money with guns. I spend my fun money with dirt bikes. So
Great.
Sounds like a wonderful combination,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
I don't know why we don't hang out more often.
because I thought your husband hated me.
Now that we got that cleared up.
Yeah, we
No, we're
cleared
good.
that up. Yeah.
Yeah. Did we just become best friends?
I think so. I brought you a peace offering.
That's
Dude,
right. Yeah,
is
where
that
is
thing?
it?
I'm gonna get. It was so like he showed me this. I was like, blown away.
I couldn't remember if I was a dick or not.
This was your way to make
I
up
was-
for it.
so when I started to tell that story, we were going to be like, remember when you were a dick to me the first time we met? Is that what you thought? Yeah. So explain this shirt because this thing's awesome. Anybody who knows anything about racing in the 2000s era knows Fast by Faraci.
Yeah, so I watched a couple of your videos and I was like, man, he's got a cool studio going on. Maybe it'd be cool to have something road racing inspired. So that's a pit shirt from 2007 whenever I raced for Fast by Faraci in Via Augusta. So
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty jealous that you got to race in MV Augusta. I always wanted to try out when they made the. Oh, that was Aprilia. Never mind.
Oh,
I was gonna say the V4, like 450.
Oh, yeah, that was
cool. Yeah.
yeah, that was a cool bike.
Easy to get them mixed up. Yeah, I gotta put this up too. I won this when I was saying that
Oh,
TLD
yeah,
thing.
hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They working with TLD. I got a Pierce Brown signed jersey I won.
Heel up,
he
Brown.
literally waits so
Cool little the Venom shirt.
we get
that's right.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, got the shirt on.
the one time a year through my work we get a big discount at TLD. So he waits to place a big order.
Yeah. I still got a helmet I haven't worn. That's not happened because usually I'm like I order extra ones because they're gonna look like that. So.
I love it.
All right.
So what are we? What was the next topic?
You asked about parents.
Parents.
Yeah, you asked about
Look,
a kiddo.
this show is about ADD and just going
Yeah.
with the
That's
flow.
good.
So
It's Friday night. We can talk about all.
You
the
know
things.
what's crazy is like for me, there's a lot of times that I'm riding my bicycle or just motorcycle, and I look back at all the things that motorcycles have brought into my life, like my wife, my daughter, my relationships with my dad and my parents and my brother and everybody. And so it's super cool to have a family that's involved with it and like trying to pass that on to the next generation through our daughter. And I think it's like getting her on Stasic and getting her hooked on that, and then getting the SXE and going and ride with that, and then getting her on a 65. And we did some really cool rides whenever we lived out in California. We were out in California for a couple of years for Teri's work, and got to go to all the like stomping grounds that Teri rode out in California. It was super cool to go check that out, ride Nocatee Wells, get her out there, and then we went to.
Yeah.
Then we went up to Kennedy Meadows and we did some riding up in Kennedy Meadows, which is just awesome trail riding. And I have this really rad picture of Teri is in the background and Petra's in the foreground, and they're like kind of weaving down this trail, and it's so cool.
what the hell? Why didn't you send me that?
I don't know.
would've put it up.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's one of my favorite pictures. It's just those two, and it's just man. I look back at that and I'm like, man, motorcycles it's just such good experiences. I mean,
It's either in your blood or it's not, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you take the bumps and the bruises, but for pictures like that and to like the feeling that I have, just even visualizing that in my head, it's
Memories.
awesome. Yeah, the memories. So getting her on getting our daughter Petra on the bike and getting her involved with motorsports, it's been fun. Like I think she's had her challenges and she's had her growth with things. Like I was talking about the first time she went motocross racing. Was at
Tell
Fox.
that story.
Yeah,
If you can redo it. It was good in the kitchen. Like,
So the first, so my buddy Todd, the Poison Ivy guy.
I didn't realize.
Yeah,
Because you
same
put
guy.
his name
Wait,
earlier.
Yeah,
wait,
yeah.
you
Pretty
didn't
funny.
clarify. Did Todd also get poison ivy?
I don't think he did. He's not allergic to it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I got the brunt of all
Just wanted
that.
to clear that up.
But so Todd lives in Temecula. He's my buddy Ryan.
You
It's
had
his-
an opportunity to be like, no, he wasn't big enough.
Oh.
You missed that. You missed that opportunity. Okay.
Damn it. Story of my life. So Todd lived out in Temecula. I met him through my buddy Ryan, who was a professional road racer as well, who lived in this area. And So Todd is like gung ho. I love Todd like a brother. He's always down to go do stuff, and he gets me out of my shell a little bit because I'm a little bit more introverted, and so he'll just put stuff on the calendar. He's been in the Marines for 20 years, so and he's like a master planner, kind of like Terry a little over here, and so he'll put stuff on the calendar, and he's like, "We're going to do
why
this."
she's the sugar mama.
Yeah, and so,
And we're my sugar mama.
so he had on the calendar this race weekend, and it was like the summer series something. It was a big race. It was an AMA sanctioned race, and whenever I
area qualifier,
yeah,
right?
it was something gnarly, and it was whenever I started racing. It was like at Tunnel Hill or Calhoun or Bremen, and it was like their spring, their little local series. So it's kind of like you get to build up to go into one of those area qualifiers or whatever, like a big race.
Yeah, I'm going
And
to go
so-
ahead and say, sending your daughter out for her first race at a Loretta Lynn's area
Yeah, it was-
qualifier, you're a terrible parent.
At
Okay?
Fox Raceway.
It was
Fox Raceway.
Yeah, it was at Pala.
Here.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
at Pala, and so Fox Raceway. Yeah,
Yep.
so we end up going out there, and it's like we pull the campers in, we get there early, we're setting up camp, we're doing all this stuff, and then as the sun's coming down, we're walking around the racetrack, and we go out with the kids and we're walking the racetrack, and I'm walking around and I'm seeing all these parents with their campers and all this stuff, and they had pulled in past us, and they're like cleaning air filters, doing top end rebuilds. Like, I mean, they're
Getting their second and third race bikes ready.
Yeah, they're getting into it. And all of a sudden it all clicked at once for me. I was like, oh shit, this is a pretty big deal. And I think I said something to Todd. I was like, Todd, this is a big race. What are we doing? And but the girls had kind of been, his daughter Jasmine and Petra had been riding a lot together, and so they were kind of pumping themselves up for the race. And so they're ready to go, and we go to get into practice. Petra's a little nervous, and it's like I told her, like, we just got to do one lap at a time. And so she goes out for her first lap. I think it's on the big track, so this is her first time where all the other tracks, as a parent even, you're in the middle and you can see kind of the whole way around the track. You know what I mean? So you kind of know where they're at. At the track that Fox had, you couldn't see all the way around the track. So as a parent, I'm like, oh shit, I'm sending her out into the wilderness. Here we go.
On the pro track.
It's kind of like contained, but it's on their pro track, and so she goes out, does her practice. She's pretty nervous, bummed, whatever. Come back in. I'm like, we're gonna line up for the first race. If you can get the race, it's gonna be good. And so then she's on the starting gate, and we're talking. This isn't a rinky-dink starting gate. This isn't a fair. This is like the same gates that they use for the pros. There's a big gap in the middle of it, where all the dirt sheds. And she's like, "Are my wheels even gonna roll over that?" She is so nervous. So we get the bike started, get her going. The gate drops. She takes off. She makes it around the track. I'm pretty sure she had some tears in her helmet. If she's watching this, she could probably confirm. And it was just all about getting around the race. I think she did get lapped. She was bummed about that, but I'm like, hey, it's your first race. These other kids have been racing forever.
Yeah.
Like, it's your first race. It's just about getting your feet wet.
Good for her. I probably wouldn't even go out there now.
Yeah. So we got her.
Absolutely.
Got her through Moto 1. I don't think she wanted to do Moto 2. Somehow I put on the dad sales skills, and got her going. Look, she's texting me right now.
Oh, Jesus. Dad, you're an asshole for doing this to me. I need a therapist.
I was not crying.
And a Ferrari for my 16th birthday. Because she's about to be 13.
She's going to be 13. Yeah. So I get her pumped up on the second moto. She goes out. She finishes the second moto. Takes the checkered flag, can say that her race is done. She was so proud for herself. And as a parent, seeing your kid overcome some of those fears, it's like supremely gratifying just to see that she went out, she did it. She was proud of herself whenever she finished, which was great.
Yeah.
And then, all the confidence that she had, I think we crushed it whenever we went to the National Hare and Hound. When she remembers that story and she knows. she was, so once again, Todd was like, hey, we're going to go do this. We're going to go do a desert race. And, you know, so we're looking at it's on Halloween weekend. It's a big deal. Like, National Hare and Hound is huge. It's like the GNCC, but for the West Coast, right?
Okay.
So it's, all the pros are there. It's a big thing. Halloween was all, like, the race day actually probably sucked for Petra. She wasn't super pumped on it, but she did finish the race. She finished her laps, but it was I thought it was going to be like a 3-mile loop or something smaller.
Something
it ended
like
up being,
Zorks would do for
yeah,
the kids.
Exactly.
Kind of thing.
Exactly. It was a 9-mile desert loop. And I just remember she was on the line. She was crying. She was nervous. All these kids, they're all like amped, right? They've been doing this. They've grown up in the sand. They're just like the sand people, you know? Just
Mad Max.
just straight up Mad Max. And she's like, what am I doing? So we'd been practicing her kick starts. And I just remember her crying. And I'm like, you don't have to do this. We can go back. We can go back. The flag drops. She kicks it. First kick starts. And she's gone. She just, all the dust, the sage stuff is piled up. You know, it's taller than you. And she's just gone. And I'm like, okay. I can't see her. There's no radio. It's daytime. There's no radio contact.
They're not going to sit down kids in the middle of the night.
They have like a sweep rider that'll go through, you know? And she goes out and I'm looking at the lap times and I'm like, she should be coming in. She should be coming in. She should be coming in. She's not coming in. She's not coming in. I'll give it a little bit. Then I start getting real nervous. And then
I would be losing it.
dude, I was so nervous. I was like, oh my God. What's happened? Did she
Were
get
you
hurt?
there?
I wasn't. I was at Babes in the Dirt,
Yeah.
like on the other side of the
It
mountain.
was me and Todd and Jasmine, his daughter, and you know, we just made a dad's weekend out of it. And then she finally comes around and she's just like, she's so worn out, she's exhausted. She'd gotten stuck in the sand, in this sand wash, was kicking and kicking and kicking and kicking till she made herself basically sick.
Yeah.
And she was standing on top of her motorcycle, she said, waving her arms in distress. And somebody came over and helped her, and they got the bike started, and she finished the race. She finished
Wow.
her lap, and it was just, I just remember her, she was so just like exhausted. And I was like, oh my God. So then we fast forward to trick or treating and all that stuff. It totally made up for it. They had haunted houses in the pits, all the stuff kids like. The next day, I had to do my race. I'm lined up, and part of the course that they took us out on for our second lap, I think, was part of the course she raced. And I remember riding
What
down
did I do to my dog?
Oh, that's exactly it. I was riding the
she
same
was on
course,
this.
and I was like, what an asshole I am. I just let her out on this? Like this? What
Karma
was it?
got you during
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
did. Then I
gosh.
had to... Man, it was a bad race. It was a bad race. I flatted. I had to ride like 10 miles with a flat front tire.
And then you thought you were going to be done.
And then I thought I was going to be done. Nope. Terry's buddy, Ken Durr, comes over there. We can get this changed. We're going out.
So we pulled my bike out of the
It's a
back.
100-mile desert race.
Yeah.
First time I'd
Oh
ever
my
done like a
gosh.
100-mile desert
We
race.
swapped
3
the
loops.
wheel.
Swapped the wheel, and like they threw some stuff. Well, dude,
Were
you in the box truck looking for a box cutter to like cut the new wheel?
This is Todd, like Todd. This is once again
I'm gonna
Todd.
loosen up the rim lock.
Todd talked us into this. I don't even think. So, Todd was supposed. This is part of the story. We didn't even have proper provisions. I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't have nutrition for racing. Todd brought like a piece of meat that he had bought like
Piece of meat.
4 weeks ago. He bought like 4 weeks ago, and he thought it was still good. We we go to cut it open, and it just, the smell just punches you in the face. This carne asada. So it was so bad. So we didn't have the tacos we were supposed to have the night before. We ended up having leftover chili or something. And so I'm out there running on old chili beans and just like dying. I'm basically just withering away like a piece of beef jerky.
Wait, to be fair,
Oh
Rose was there.
Oh, so then Terry swoops in to save the day. I go out there and I come in and Terry's there and I'm just like, I had to have been looking like a sack of shit whenever I came in.
Yes,
It was
indeed.
rough.
Yeah. But so Babes in the Dirt was that very same weekend. So I was sad to miss my kiddo's first race, but was able to get over. He had already started, but we were kind of tracking it. And Rose, who is my cycling coach and dear friend, she was with me that weekend, her first time at Babes in the Dirt. And so she's raced mountain bikes all over the world. She's won Leadville, pretty incredible.
Oh,
She's
wow.
asking
Yeah.
about this event.
Leadville's ridiculous.
Yeah, and so she's like, they're going to need some food. And so she's digging it around, and we had it all laid out. So.
Yeah, they were throwing snacks at my face. Oh, and by the way, it happened to be my daughter's birthday that weekend. It was her birthday
Okay,
weekend.
now you're really
it's
not
weird
that
how
of the year.
birthdays
Yeah,
rolling
it
into
was,
this,
that's what I'm
right?
saying. It's like, hey, happy birthday, go do this desert race and
Yeah.
suffer, you know? But yeah, it was. It's a good memory. I hope it's a good memory for her.
I think our kid puts up with a lot, huh?
She does.
Yeah.
She's got us as parents.
You know what's funny is like I'm doing everything I can, and this I conned her into this show to be like, our kid is gonna watch this one day and like know our love story and stuff. But also,
I hope he doesn't watch that.
he
I tricked your
confessed.
mom into saying hello.
She was concussed.
50 first dates.
But like I'm doing everything I can to tell him no to racing,
Yeah,
to make him actually want it.
yeah.
Because my dad did that to me. By the time I started racing at like 15, I paid for my bike, entry fee, race fee,
Oh
the gas
man.
to get us there.
Yeah.
What else did I get to pay for there? Him to get in the gate. Yeah. So my dad was like, nope,
And
nope.
still the commitment
Yeah,
level,
he's
right?
like,
Yeah.
I don't want you to race because it's addictive, and you're gonna get addicted to it. And I was
Yeah.
like, no, I'm not. So I'm doing that to him in
Yeah.
a way.
In
Yeah.
a way. Yeah.
So
I mean,
Yeah.
my dad, I remember it pretty clearly. He was like, we had friends that were riding race bikes and stuff, and they were doing racing, and we got those YZs, and we were just riding around the pasture to start with. But he basically the choice came down. What it came down to was we had played baseball one year, and God love you, Dad. Thanks for suffering through that year of baseball. I
did we make it a year?
We did, yeah, we did 2 seasons of baseball.
sucked at baseball, right? Like I was not good.
Ball
I just
sports aren't-
happened
Yeah,
to get
same.
like the only redeeming thing I had was I think I got the last catch of the last play at the very last game, right? That was it. I actually caught the ball, right? And I was in outfield, which is a very low commitment for a kid's sport. They're not popping diggers out into the outfield.
Shitty kids in the back.
Exactly, right? But Dad was there every game, every practice. You know, we were there, and then I think it was at the end of the last game. I remember we were driving home in his truck, and he's like, "All right, boys, you got a decision. You can play baseball again next year, or we can go race dirt bikes. Sign us up, Dad. We're racing dirt bikes."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but once again, it was a labor of love. Like he found you know, being twins and everything like that. Obviously, it's ×2. Everything's ×2, right?
Yeah.
So
That's a lot.
he had scored an old. At the time, the bikes fit us. We hit a growth spurt somewhere in there, but he found an old like 85 YZ 85, and we were going to work on it together. My brother and I were going to work on it together.
Excuse me, sir. They were 80s.
80s. You're right. Sorry. So
Don't
totally
try to,
right.
Don't
But it
try
was-
to like
Don't give them an
unhurt
extra
yourself.
side.
Yeah. So it was white and red. That was the frame color, and or the frame was red, white plastics, whatever. So we spent time redoing this, and in the meantime, we had scored a 95 YZ80, and with the lavender frame.
Yeah.
1997 in style graphics on it. I remember that. It was churched up to look like a 97.
Were they the Nolene graphics?
No.
Oh,
No,
that
not
way
not
cool.
really. Yeah, that would have been cooler. So I had this lavender purple frame bike with these navy blue graphics. Whatever, I was fine with it. Dylan was working on this custom bike, and he wanted this starburst or like this fade frame from yellow to red. Right? It was going to be cool. He had this in his head. We just so happened to have a second frame. And I think he's probably still cringing about this. But my dad decided to play a prank on him. And so he took both frames to his friend who painted. And he said, I want to get one frame painted, you know, yellow to red fade, like a sunburst fade or whatever.
Yeah.
And the other frame, I want you to paint pink. Pepto-Bismol.
Oh, no. I don't know this story.
And so he had this frame painted pink. And whenever He wrapped it. He did the whole thing. Showed it. My brother opened it up. The look on my brother's face
Oh my God.
was just like, it went from the highest of high to the lowest of low, just like that. And my dad was like, look, you guys can be Pink Floyd and Purple Haze now. Dylan was so pissed. He turned around and walked away. Like, he was so mad. And then, he gave him the right frame, but it was such a
This
prank.
feels like I
That's
prank
great.
our son all the time, and
Yeah.
he just mean mugs me. He's like, not funny, Dad.
Yeah.
It just walks away.
So, man, and it was that was great.
That's a good story.
Yeah.
Oh
So
man.
I mean, growing up with a twin and doing the racing together, were you guys super competitive with one another?
We wanted to get trophies. We wanted to place whatever. Like, I remember getting a trophy, and there's a picture of, I had a trophy and Dylan didn't, right? And looking at that picture is kind of like, he had this face like, but then he totally made up for it. Like, years later, we were at Calhoun, and there was a lady with the Atlanta Journal of Constitution. Sorry, Dad, I'm telling a crash story here. You're going to like this one. So we had just gotten brand new RM125s. Dad, like, sold his kidney to get them for us or something. And so the whole premise was she wanted to do family and sports. And so she wanted a picture of both of us doing the jump together to put in this article, right?
Yeah.
Well,
What year was this? Do you remember?
had to have been 2000-ish. I'm not too clear. 2000-ish, because
Give
we
or
had,
take a few.
yeah.
Were we gonna survive? The transition into Microsoft 2000.
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember that. But we can't. So I just remember it was like our first time kind of riding at the track on these new bikes, right? And before, we had been doubling the triple in the front, knew what speed to hit it, knew everything. And I was always overconfident a little bit, like just would just roll out, like it just, always like I was jacked up on Mountain Dew. That's kind of how good way to describe it. And Dad told us before we left, he's like, look, go out there, take a couple laps, feel it out. Don't try to send it to
on
the moon,
first try.
right? Sure as shit. Matt strikes. I come around the front straightaway in front of the bleachers, God and everybody. And I went to hit the jump like I thought that I should hit it, Dylan was long gone behind me. He was not even in the frame. I
Tell me you ended
jumped
up in
this
the
thing.
AJC.
Yeah, I jumped this thing, faced the back of the triple like the landing. I landed it, smacked my head so hard against, like, just collapsed like a rag doll, right? I was up on top of that triple, just like spinning circles, just like, they got me off of it.
No.
Meanwhile, she got a super sick picture of Dylan. And I'm over there in the cheap sheets, and my dad's like, kind of wearing me out a little bit, as I probably deserved it. But I'm like, Dad, how did we get here? I was like, last thing I remember is going to sleep in my bed, and I thought I was dreaming.
And you woke up at Moon's Farm.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're like,
Exactly.
Married?
Yeah. So I'm just like, and he's like, he thought that I was kind of jacking around. This is the first time I'd ever had a concussion. He thought I was kind of jacking around with him, trying not to get in trouble, because he gave us clear instructions. And I'm just like, in every 5 seconds on repeat, I'm like, there's a lady here, right? And she's taking pictures for the newspaper, right? And he just keeps like getting madder and madder. And then I think he finally realizes, it clicks, like, I'm jacked up. A week goes by, the Atlanta Journal of Constitution shows up, and guess who's got a color spread in the AJC?
Not Matt.
My brother. It's great. So he totally got me back for getting the first trophy. He got a nice color spread, whole story about sports and family and all this stuff. It was
That's fantastic.
Yeah, he's great.
Oh man, I honestly, when I set this up, I did not think I was getting this good of stories. This is amazing.
Yeah.
It's so good.
So, but then, you know, we were pretty competitive, and then Dylan, we were at Monster Mountain, like we did a couple races, and he got banged up, and he was super into guitar at the time, or at least this is the way I remember it.
Your dad told me this story.
Yeah.
When he's fixing my radiator.
About the thing, well, at Etchicone or at
No,
Monster?
just like him coming to him, like,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
gotta talk.
Yeah, he just enjoyed playing guitar. He's a great musician.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I believe we got to talk about I hate shark tablets.
I hate what?
I hate shark tablets.
Shark Tank.
Lead
I
singer.
ate,
I hate.
I hate shaky tables.
Shaky.
tables. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I hate shaky
That's-
tables. Where did
that's
that come from?
Yeah.
That had to have come
it's
from
'cause
Militia.
I hate shaky tables.
Yeah.
That came from.
Look, this wasn't beer. This was whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? That was that much whiskey. Okay.
Apparently.
Shaky tables.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think
hate
of that.
shaky
I hate
tables.
that was like a coin phrase. I think of a
like,
band,
apparently
right?
you were a lead singer for
Oh,
a band called
I hate shaky tables. Yeah, or heinous anus and the twisted testes.
Whoa. that sounds better.
Wait. Is this BT?
Go
Well,
on.
no, this was with this was my my Guitar Hero days.
Oh, nice.
Guitar
Hero. That was my man. That's the only thing I can play. I can't sing. I can't carry a tune in a bucket.
You were singing
That's
at the
it.
Blue Coyote 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's true. Singing in
Show
air
the
quotes.
video. No.
Yeah. Todd's probably got it. Oh,
Todd will
geez.
probably send it in.
Laura Ellaby, do not send that video. If anybody's got it, Laura's got it. Oh yeah. So
Matt enjoys singing.
yeah, I'm just not any good at it. So but yeah, so Dylan kind of got out of motocross, and then that's whenever I picked up into road racing. Was that? So,
Yeah. No, it's pretty funny, and I didn't want to get into it too much because I want your dad on the show at some point, but I remember him telling me and kind of bitching about, like, picking you guys up early from school to take you to Bremen Race Park to go practice.
I don't think I wouldn't describe it as bitching.
No. He bitched about the fact that he would pick you up and the school would give him shit
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
for picking you up
Yeah,
to go
yeah.
take you to motocross practice.
That's correct.
And
Yes.
but the football kids, they got out of the last
they got
period,
out. Yeah.
you know. But
Oh man, I got a good story on that.
all right, go on. I
So-
set this up for that reason.
Yeah.
Unleash.
He would man, that was one thing about being a kid. Like he would always come pick us up early from school. We'd go to Bremen to practice. We would go to these practice days. It was really good, especially in that transition whenever you're kind of trying to find yourself from being a teenager. Kept us out of a lot of trouble. But there was one time we were racing down at Paradise Raceway. If you remember Paradise, I don't know.
Another one I missed.
Yep, Paradise. And they had this uphill triple, and it was like, once again, Matt strikes again. It was like the third lap of practice. I had this bitchin' custom painted helmet that I just got. It was this, red, white, and blue helmet that his buddy had done for us. I wanted a custom painted helmet so bad. So he did it finally. And it was the third lap of practice, went out, wind gust, like we were talking about, blew me. Then they had tires kind of up on marking the landing, and I landed on top of a tire.
Oh.
Over the bars, separated shoulder, third lap of practice, done. We had driven like a couple hours down there. Then we had to go to the emergency room. Best part was I was in high school. The high school girlfriend that I had at the time, she had just showed up. She had just got to the track, just came through the gates. I was carted out. So we go to the emergency room down there, which we had been down there a couple times. They probably knew us. And I had on, some purple MSR pants. My boots came in, and they, did whatever, separated shoulder. I'm walking out in a sling. Meanwhile, they're pushing this other kid in who's wearing same, no shirt. He's wearing football pants, football pads, cleats, and he's in a neck collar. And Dad comes out, and I just, I'm like kind of bummed, but he looks at me, he looks at that kid, and he goes, You see, Matthew, that's why I'll never let you play football ever, because you'll end up wearing one of those, just like that. Deadpan, just straight up as loud, so the nurses, the parents, everybody could hear it. It was just like, it was great. Holy shit, I can't believe you just did that. Because he just got tired of every time you walk into the emergency room wearing motocross boots and whatever, they're like, motorcycles are dangerous, two-wheel tools of destruction, donor cycles, all the stuff. He's like, was done with it. And he's like,
judgy eyes.
Yeah, the judgy eyes, totally. He was like,
I remember Chris Hall telling me one of his buddies broke his arm, went to like Northside Hospital in Jasper, and like the Child Protective Services showed up.
Wow.
Because he crashed and broke his arm on his dirt bike.
Oh, wow.
One of the nurses like called them on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
that's crazy.
Because
there's
he
a weird
let his
stigma.
kid ride a dirt bike and he broke his arm. I'm gonna call DDS.
That's insane.
That's ridiculous.
All this motorcycles.
Mm-hmm.
I got
Motorcycles are
dangerous.
I got left in a hallway at Kern County Medical for 9 hours because I was a motorcycle rider.
Really?
They just left
How do
me
you
there.
know? How do you know that was why?
It's just kind of the stigma around there.
Yeah.
So it's by Willow Springs Raceway in California.
Mm.
And the EMT that brought me there in the ambulance, he came back on a couple of rotations and checked in on me. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm still sitting here. And he's like, do you need anything? Yes, man, I'm kind of in pain. And so, but that's just the stigma that hospital has. They're, I don't know, probably 30 miles from the racetrack. And yeah, motorcycle racers
You would
were
think
not a
that,
fan.
like, I would think that they would, first of all, it shouldn't matter, right? Like,
Agreed.
what happened, why you're there, right? You're there to support the people that are coming in. They're your customers, right? Like,
Yeah.
And shouldn't you want to help people and get them better so they can go out, do the things that they need to do, possibly re-hurt themselves and come back?
Well, right,
pay
they're
to get-
customers, right?
I never understood a doctor that shamed somebody for crashing a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Huey told me a story about that with Ann one time, and it was like, all right, you're telling somebody to stop doing something that's giving you a lot of money.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense.
No, that doesn't make sense.
By nature, motorcycles want to crash themselves. That's what I say.
But also-
if you pull them off the kickstand and you just set them up, they want to fall over.
Yeah. But it's always the people that have never been exposed to them, right?
Yeah.
That have the
or
judgment.
or they just have like a bad, that one bad experience. We all have that first experience, and it's like, you want to get back on it?
Oh, sorry. I honestly,
there it is.
for this to play right now. Here it goes. I was just trying to open it to see what it was.
Here it is. Thanks a lot, Laura. Go, Oasis, 'cause
Hi.
I've got friends.
Garth Brooks.
Low place.
There we go. Amazing.
I was like, what is this he sent me? Because he's
this
messaging
Todd?
in the chats, and I was like, send it to
That's
this email.
definitely Todd.
So I was just trying to open it. I didn't think it would start.
Thanks a lot, Todd.
That's
Love you,
hilarious.
Samsonite. What were we talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know. Motorcycles.
Motorcycles dangerous. But
Motorcycles
the thing is, I think some people they have a bad experience with it, like on their first time maybe. They burn their leg on the muffler, something happens, right? And we all know those people that we've met, and they're like, "Oh, I rode a motorcycle one time and almost died, or I crashed, or whatever," right?
Whiskey
They have
throttle.
they have a bad experience, and so that stigma sticks in their mind. But what they don't get is all the fun that it gives you, whatever it is, whether it's, you like to ride street bikes, you like to ride motocross, you like to ride trails. There's still that same feeling that we're all chasing, through all those genres, which is that freedom to kind of just go the direction you want. And you're controlling everything in your own hands. Like, it's all there. You're in charge of yourself.
Yeah.
And, I don't want to say you're making your own fate in a way, because things happen, but it's just that feeling, that exhilaration that you get from it. That's something that can't be replicated by almost anything. I mean, the only thing I could imagine is flying a jet. Like, if you could fly a jet, that'd be like a fighter jet.
You could parallel it to something else, though, because it's fresh in my mind. We went snowboarding this year. If you've ever tried to learn how to snowboard, it's hard. Like, you fall on your butt for the first 2 or 3 days.
She gave up.
Well,
Right.
I grew up skiing.
Well,
So
right.
it's hard to
She's
switch
a really
to
good
snowboarding.
skier.
Yeah.
But,
She's like
but,
captain of the
You're like, I could be. You're like, I
Night
could be
school.
on skis, just ripping this right now.
but motorcycling's the same way. You got to get to the skill level to enjoy it. And if you stop that first time or you
Yeah.
don't have the correct learning environment, you're going to have a bad experience. But
Yeah.
But so I have to ask you, so because you ride, do you ever ride on the back?
no.
Nope.
Yeah, so same. Like
She's ridden on the back one time.
I refuse.
That was at our wedding on a Zuma 50.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got the
Ruckus?
picture.
Yeah. Right on the
And-
back of
Yeah,
our
that
ruckus.
was it. That was the one time she rode on the back, and she was holding on. She was grit. She was like,
And let me add that I might be the only bride in the world that has a grass stain on her dress because we low-sided coming into the reception.
I don't remember it that way.
All right, Matt, I'm just going to say, as a professional badass road racer, if you low-sided
It was
I did
very
not
slippery.
Listen.
on a scooter on your
it's-
wedding day and got a grass stain on your wife's dress,
let's think about this. Okay, what constitutes a low side? Is this the front or the rear that goes out?
look,
Doesn't
don't
ma-
try
it
to
doesn't
sell
matter.
it. Don't
Yeah.
try to sell
Maybe it was a
us on
two-wheel
it, okay?
I had the rear handbrake, and I thought I was gonna be cool and like slide it in like Dumb and Dumber or something. You
Try to
know,
avoid
like,
You're trying to drift it in.
I was
was
trying to
Dumb
drift
and
it in, and it was wet grass, and I got to the point of no return. It just zoop.
Oh my god.
Well, we'll never.
Well,
live
we
that
had
one down.
Anthony rode in on our wedding on a Zoom on my ruckus, my little
Yeah.
ruckus
That's
50.
awesome. So I rode up
You
to
rode
the...
down the aisle.
Yeah, I rode
almost.
down the aisle.
Yeah, she rode down the aisle on a Zuma.
This is a fun little story, and we should probably mention Pastor Tim.
Oh yeah, rest in peace, Pastor Tim.
Yeah.
He was the chaplain at all the weir races, and so
Oh,
he
yeah,
he
I've
married
heard-
us.
Oh, yeah, I've heard the
That's
name.
cool.
Tim
Yeah.
Burleson. Yeah, he married us, and they had us a bright idea
Yeah.
to get Melissa's Zuma,
Correct. Yep.
and you guys put stickers on it too. Didn't you have stickers made?
We
that
had
said
stickers made, and
Teri Lynn or something.
music was playing, and everyone was seated, and then the music went quiet, and it was like, okay, I was gonna wait uncomfortably long,
Mhm.
and apparently I wasn't there, but Matt's like looking around, like,
Yeah, what's going on?
where is she? And then I kicked that sucker, and come down, and my brothers were there, and they walked me down the aisle, and did the whole thing. But we got the green flag from Tim, which was awesome.
Oh yeah, there's
There's the one time
there's
you
the
were on
two-
the back.
the two-wheel death machine right there.
Yeah, there it is.
They look so cute with those little round headlights, but let me tell you.
That was a fun memory.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I feel like this would be a good time to take a little pee break,
All right.
pay some bills.
Perfect.
So we're going to do that right now. We're going to run through 2 of them or so. So if you need a potty break, refill of a drink,
Yeah.
let's do that.
All right.
Sounds good.
Our next segment is brought to you by Hard Knocks Racing. They're a group of dedicated motorcycle enthusiasts since 1998. They're your go-to for Campfire Moto official gear. Soon launch an apparel line of their own. They excel in crafting all kinds of custom decals, like this badass sign behind me. From custom signs to full bus wraps and office customization. In fact, check out this work Anthony did at one of the well-known Japanese manufacturer's office who will remain nameless. They also crafted awards for prestigious events such as the Perry Mountain 24-hour race, Mill Creek Spring Classic, Deka Hair Scramble Series, and many more for local racetracks in the Southeast. Check out hardknocksracing.com or give Anthony D'Amico a call at 404-717-2480.
Now it's time for some awesome tech tips.
Transform your comfort with Innovative Mechanical LLC, specializing in HVAC service for residential and commercial properties. They provide expert installation, maintenance, and repair. Their certified technicians ensure top-notch service, whether it's air conditioning, heating systems, or indoor air quality solutions. Serving Georgia since 1999, they prioritize customer satisfaction with prompt, reliable service at competitive rates. Routine maintenance to emergency repairs. Trust Innovative Mechanical LLC for all your HVAC needs. Give them a call at 770-726-7407 or visit innovativemechanical.llc.com to schedule service and experience unparalleled comfort today.
All right, got a little quick tech tip for you. I was talking with a guy that bought my 450 the other day, and he was asking me if there was any seized bolts and stuff like that. And I was like, nope, went through everything. And he goes, okay, the last bike I bought,
as soon as I went to adjust the chain when I got it home from the guy, barely touched it and snapped. I told him a little trick that I had. And then I was like, that should be this week's tech tip. So, a long time ago, especially Hondas are known for doing this. I don't know why, but on the bolt there, you'll get corrosion and stuff built up over time. And you'll get to where you go to move it, and it only moves a little bit one way or the other and gets stiff. Now, what I like to do is remove the axle bolt so I can actually put a socket with an impact on it. Maybe just a socket at first, an impact once you get it finally freed up. So, with the impact, with the socket on it, don't be ugga-duggin', Ben. The socket on it, I've actually got some stuff that my buddy Rick Lindell hooked me up a while ago called Alumibright. I don't know the brand name. He just gets it from his work and he gives it to me. So, what I found to do is actually take one of these, pour some of or get some of the stuff into it. You actually need to pour it into a bucket and then suck this out of it. Most anybody with a kid, this is pretty common stuff around the house. If not, just get something that you can kind of put it on there. And when a little bit of fluid on there, you'll just drip it right into there and kind of let it sit for just a little bit. So this stuff just eats corrosion. That's really what makes the Alumibright look so good. And those are aluminum parts. So what you want to do, and it'll move it a little bit, you're just working that fluid into it. Very easy, very slow, back and forth, without an impact. Forget I said that. I can't believe I actually recommended that. So you get it moving back and forth a good bit. Just keep applying this to it. Back and forth, back and forth. It'll eventually free up and not snap a bolt. Because if that bolt snaps in there, it is a pain in the ass to get out. So anyways, also, before you do that, it might not be a bad idea to really good. So heat that sucker up really good. Apply the Alumibright. I don't know the brand. Just Google it. There's a cool thing called the internet. Work it back and forth very easy, and it'll get off for you. All right, and we're back. We took a quick little break, little pee break, little refills.
Yeah.
Good times. And I'm not gonna lie, I can't find Matt Chu's sponsor read, or we'd have another few more minutes.
So you didn't get it the last time, and now you don't get it this time.
You're in the doghouse officially.
You gotta get it together.
I'm gonna charge him. He's probably not gonna listen. Like, I'm gonna charge him either way.
I'm sorry,
I'll
Matt.
find it.
Shoe.
I feel like you might actually have some good Matt Shoe stories at some point. Like, do you ever get to...
Not so much. The only thing I remember is being a kid, and Matt was obviously racing pro at the time, or I just remember seeing him at some of the local tracks, and it was like, oh man, that's Matt Shoe, and being a little enamored, kind of like, because he was fast and smooth and all that.
Are you guys far apart in age?
Well, Matt's almost to the day 10 years older than me.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess I didn't realize
he's
that.
definitely got to be.
I'm the 4th. He's the 10th of November. Yeah, somewhere around there.
I didn't realize there was that big of a gap.
So where does that put him?
Is it because he was so much faster than all of us?
Yeah, I mean, I was, you guys
all right, so
didn't really keep
speaking
up.
of that, like when you're racing, would she give you advice and you're kind of like, bitch, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but she would give you good advice because...
She was my crew chief, and she was really good at her job. And I think the only time that we ever had problems was at VIR in 2009. It was Weiracycle Jam or something.
Like,
it was it was the week.
You doing?
Yeah, 1000%.
Yeah.
It was the weekend before the pro race there. So I had signed up for both weekends, and
We were going to go and win some money.
we were going to go mop VR.
Yeah.
I was like,
plan.
that was the plan. The plan was to mop up, and I had Rick Matheny had tuned my bikes. He's a well-known tuner here up in North Georgia. Shout out to Rick. That guy had tuned up some excellent bikes for me. They were like the Kawasaki ZX6 that year was fast as shit. I loved riding that bike. So going from 1,000 to that, it was so much fun to ride, and it was fast and had fresh bodywork, fresh everything on these bikes.
Until you got on the bike.
Until I got on the bike. And just once again, overconfident. So went out, I say overconfident. Thought I had the setting, I had everything good. And did we race there previously, or was this the first time there?
Oh, we had raced there previously.
And I had all the settings. I was like ready to
I
go.
like how they say we.
Yeah. So went out, first race, went way too hot into off the start. I was coming from a little further back because I hadn't been competing in the series consistently to get like an up front grid spot. So I was coming from further back. So I sent it into turn 1 hot. And I just remember getting in and I was on the brakes on the front, and the front was just
oh jeez.
And I just kind of slid real gently to the edge of the track, and then just kind of, it was a really small fall, but got it back up, got going. That race was out the window. I don't remember what happened with the bodywork, why it was off, and I
think we were going to put the new bodywork on, or maybe you were on the other bike.
Yeah.
We swapped bikes because we had 2.
Yeah, swap bike. I don't know. Something happened. Anyways, brand new bodywork was bad. Things were going south. I think I low-sided or something, just a simple something again. The bodywork was trashed. And I just remember, this is the only time she gets mad at me is whenever I throw things. And I picked up this bodywork, and I just came from up the top rope and just boom in the middle of the pits. I was so pissed. And then rarely does she get frustrated or mad, but she was like, well, now that's not going to fucking work.
The part that he didn't know, though, is I had tried to cobble some shit together with zip ties and duct tape, so we had enough to get through the following weekend, right? Because there's, we were on a budget.
I was trying to look good.
Sure.
Yeah.
And we wanted to look good. And
yeah, it was bad. It ended up, I think,
both
the money that I
deck.
thought that I was going to make, I ended up making a third of that. And then I was going into the AMA Pro race, which was obviously that's a level up because you're all the race fuel, the tire expenditures, all that so I was kind of hoping to bank up a little bit in the bank account here to offset the race weekend here. And it ended up being basically a negative. I was trying to hey, I'm going to win this money here to pay for this weekend, and then we're ahead, right?
Yeah.
And it ended up, it wasn't as good. But she, for all the shit that she put up with, the tire changes that we had to do that year, just the amount of work that it took, just that year getting to the events and doing all that stuff. And we're still married.
Yeah.
We weren't even married then, I don't think.
That's at least you guys know that you can work together.
Yeah.
We actually make a pretty good team. There was only that time we got frustrated, and then I got frustrated about suspension one time.
Oh, yeah.
And I will never let that die, actually, the suspension situation.
Let's dig into that story.
Yeah.
Why you won't let that die?
What happened with suspension, Terry?
I feel like we were both working really hard that year, and he was working with Olin's suspension.
Yep.
I was also still racing. I mean, obviously not even close to the
yeah,
same
you want to tell them that story? How you and my dad really got to know each other in 2009?
Hey, there's no buses you should throw your wife under at this point. Okay?
No, this is a really funny story.
You know what?
It is.
What am I saying? No, throw her under the bus.
Yeah, this is a good story. 2009, first race of the year, Roebling Road. I'll kick it off. How about
Okay, you go right ahead.
I feel like I've been talking this entire time.
I like it. Matt Lynn's coming out of his shell.
Yeah. 2009, Roebling
Singing
Road.
any second.
I will be.
I got friends in low places.
So we're going down to Roebling Road. It's the first race of getting all this stuff orchestrated, getting the bikes ready, all this stuff. My dad was racing an SV650. Terry was racing her R6.
Yep.
And then I had my 3 Kawasaki's in there. So we had all the bikes loaded in this trailer, headed down to this thing. We stop at
Ruby Tuesdays
on the way down to Savannah.
Bad idea.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
I don't
eat at that same Ruby Tuesday. So we went to Roebling Road at one time.
Yeah. So it's in the middle of the night. We're all in this trailer. My dad's on an air mattress. We're on a futon. All of a sudden, we start hearing this air mattress make the squeaking. like he's uncomfortable. You know, like somebody's moving.
He's moving?
Yeah,
Okay.
somebody's moving.
Okay.
They're not rubbing one out.
No. So he starts getting up. About the same time, Teri starts getting up.
That was so bad.
The door opens, and they're both at the side of the trailer.
I'm on the back, just sick, super sick.
Oh, you're
throwing
throwing up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heaving.
Ruby Tuesdays makes everybody sick.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
She's heaving at the back of the trailer.
Yeah.
He's back there. They're both on all fours. Just, I mean, calling dinosaurs. Just,
Yeah.
It was so bad. Yeah, then I had to race the next
and y'all
day.
were both like, at one point, apologizing to each other. Or what happened?
I don't know. It was kind of a haze for me.
And then my dad told me later he went into the bathroom and was just in the shower with it. Same thing, just
Sick and
sick, throwing up. It was bad. And I somehow didn't get the nausea, but I got the other end of that.
Yeah.
So I was in the bathroom, just in and out, in between practices, trying to get out of leathers. It was awful.
Out of letters? No.
Dude,
No.
you know,
Oh my God.
you had that fever where
No.
you're just like sweating in your
That's what they
leathers.
should call Ruby Tuesdays, is in and out, actually.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
it was so bad. And you guys, like, you really got to know each other. You bonded in that.
We really bonded that weekend.
So-
Shout out to the Gerloff family, though, because I was in the ladies' bathroom just like suffering, and Lisa Gerloff, she's like, honey, do you need anything? I got some cold medicine. I'm like, I have no idea what I need, actually. She took care of me, but
Yeah, and
we ended up racing on the same grid.
we got the same grid. This is
both
where
of you were on the
This is where I'm getting. So they put the pro. It was a money-paying race, and they always do this. They put the
Please tell me you
novice.
took your wife the fuck out.
Wait, there's more.
They put the novices and the experts together in a money race, and I'm like, this is a.
Good idea.
I think Taylor Knapp might have been. There was like Taylor Knapp was racing, Corey West was racing. I know at one point there was a lot of us chasing money because this year was just we were all out trying to get money, and we're sitting there getting ready to get on the grid, right?
Yeah.
And this is
I
at
had-
Roebling,
This is at Roebling. I had my
which
visor
is
up.
like balls to the wall.
Yeah, it's just so fast. I had my visor up and go on.
He peels by me and he looks at me with these piercing blue eyes and says, "Don't get in my way." Puts his visor down. And then we're on the grid.
I said it totally joking. I think.
Yeah, for sure, but it's still a good story.
Sure you did.
Yeah.
So anyway,
There's a truth to every joke.
turn 3
Wait.
got the best of me, though.
Yeah, turn 3. I'm coming around. Turn 3, I just see this streak of white and blue off the track, white leathers, and I'm just like,
He's
looking
looking at
over
me as I go by, and I'm sliding.
She's
Oh,
sliding.
no.
Yeah. So she gave me the thumbs up, and then it was back heads down.
Fuck that bitch.
No way.
Finishing, but
No.
I think it ended up being a pretty good weekend for you, but it was expensive for me.
Yeah, nah, it wasn't the best weekend. I mean, to start the series off, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's one time we've been on the track together.
Yeah.
I think. Other than that, we've been on the moto track a little bit. We did this race called the Sandblast Rally up in South Carolina. It's like they do it in conjunction with a rally cars, and so you're on
wow.
so the rally cars. It's wide, but it's all sand, and it's just
awesome.
you're just pinned. It's fun because it's fast, but you're on a dirt
You need
bike.
the 500 to
Yeah,
Make
the
it
first year I raced it, I did it by myself, and I did it on a Scrambler 1200.
Oh,
1,300.
Whoa.
1300. Yeah, that's a Triumph Scrambler 1300. That bike was,
Heavy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it
He
was
was
bad.
coming into corners, and it was just plowing.
and I'm just like, it will go fast in a straight line, but it's tough to turn.
But
and
this is my problem. I'm like, this is bullshit, man. I'm pouring
Yeah,
gas. and
that's
I'm
it.
like,
She
hanging
was
out.
there.
I hate this. And so we
So-
finished, and I'm like, I'm doing it next year.
So the next year we did it. I raced the Husqvarna 701, and she raced to her 350. And that was super fun. It was kind of fun because, I take off, finish the stage, and then wait for her.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was fun. She had a blast. I had a blast. It was a good
Yeah.
time.
We're actually talking about doing it again.
That sounds cool.
Crazy idea. Maybe.
yeah. You guys did a 24-hour race together one time too.
We did.
Yeah.
How'd that go, Teri Lynn?
My toenail has never been the same, actually.
Is it just kind of like,
so I told her, like, we're going to do the Perry Mountain 24. I've never done it.
which was, I'm
Oh
pretty
wait,
sure
isn't that the same one that you've done?
that's the last time I saw
think
Terry.
for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That race.
And
yeah.
we went to go do it, and I'm like, I had her 350S, which we were sharing, and then my buddy came and did it on his 350 EXC.
Mm-hmm.
So we had horns and turn signals and everything, which was kind of fun. Well, I took the turn signals off, but I had the horn on, and I told her she wanted to wear these Garnet like oil balance boots, which they're fine for adventure, but they're like it's like a trials
Oh,
boot.
yeah,
So it's got
yeah.
a soft toe box. And I was like, I don't know about those boots.
Yeah, you
I don't-
told me.
And then so
A
she went out
soft
there
toe box.
first.
It can't handle a hard abuse.
Yeah. First lap. She fell over, dropped. She was trying to pick the bike up. Didn't get hurt whenever she fell over. She was
Yeah.
trying to pick the bike up, slipped. The bike fell, and the hand guard landed right on her big toe.
Oh,
Just-
yeah, smashed it.
She
It's
came
terrible.
in. The plan was to do 2 laps.
Yeah, I came in one.
She came in early, took her boot off, and it was just like blood.
Blood.
Oh yeah,
Ugh.
just all around her toe. It was
Kind of wrecked my day.
yeah, it did.
Yeah.
That was brutal, but it was a cool event.
Yeah,
you know?
it was a cool event for sure.
Hell, you talking about her where she's like, I had to help for this event. Screw that, I'm gonna go race.
Yeah.
Reminds me of like when you would help for the 7-hour or the 9-hour races.
Yeah. That's
Oh, yeah.
awful. That's horrible. Like,
You remember we put out the
everybody's
banana
bitch.
peels?
Yeah.
the what?
The banana peels for the 7-hour race where everybody would come by the banana peels.
I don't remember
Right
that.
part. No?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so
remember
it's
something she doesn't.
it's fun getting to do that type of stuff with your spouse, you know, and
Even for our anniversary this
Yeah.
last year, we went out to the KTM rally.
yeah, we
Went
did
riding and-
the KTM Adventure Rally. We did that and went and rode together. So that was, you know, it's fun getting to share those experiences together.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
places motorcycles take you.
And
End up having kids.
we got a little bit of a plan to do, where are we going to go next year?
Oh,
We're talking about
so
going
we're
to
trying.
Italy.
Yeah, we're trying to.
Italy.
Yeah, we're trying.
Oh, no. Headphones off and then
Yeah.
Yeah, when is that?
No.
I had this wild idea. Once again, centered around birthdays. It always comes around birthdays. I don't know why. But next year, think like I'm pretty committed to the idea of. I've been looking into it, like going and doing the Stelvio Highway and like
Mhm.
all the stuff from Milan up into Austria, Switzerland, you know, and around, and like
No, yeah.
it looks like something pretty cool, and I don't know.
Like you're just gonna rent some bikes.
Rent some bikes and do it. Yeah, do
Yeah.
like a tour or something.
Very
So
cool.
just like kind of in the early planning stages of that. And then
I was going to say we've done a lot of little stuff or local stuff to the U.S., but then some bigger stuff we've done individually. So we kind of
Yeah.
need to do an epic adventure
together. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
ridden to Sturgis. She
Yeah.
rode to Sturgis from Atlanta all the way out to Sturgis, you know, and then I've attempted to do the tour of Idaho a couple years ago by myself. Well, with my buddy Tim, and then yeah, so we've done these kind of big adventures separate, but we're hoping and maybe even include our daughter in that one. Like it would be kind of cool. She enjoys. I have an old BMW R100 that I like to.
No way.
Yeah, like to ride on the street.
the
and,
boxer engine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and she
loves that.
she loves riding on the back of that
Dude,
thing.
those
So
things are so smooth.
yeah,
With a
it-
shaft drive, whatever
and
the
my dad-
Germans did with those engines. They
you know,
are just...
I blame my dad. He's the one who got one, and I rode it once, and I was like, man, this thing's just old, and I didn't understand it. And then we moved out. Whenever we moved out to California, I was like really itching to get a street bike or just get something, and I started looking at BMWs, and there was one in Arizona. So this guy was like the second or third owner. So I drove to Arizona.
In Georgia, you find a bike in Arizona.
No, I was in
No, he was in
California.
California.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in
Yeah.
California, and
Same
so
for
my
me.
idea was to like go. So I went and bought that, and Petra and I would do a lot of rides up to Julian on it, and we would just go. She just liked, you know, we'd go ride. Julian's famous for apple pies or whatever, so we'd go right up there and get like a slice of pie and some ice cream. And even here in Georgia, like we've been up to Helen a couple times.
Yeah.
We'll go right up
Yep.
to Helen, and Two Wheels Only is a pretty short shot for us. So we'll go to Two Wheels Only, get a hot chocolate or whatever, and then get back on the bike and then shoot up to Helen. And so it's fun, but maybe try to include her to have those core memories, you know.
Oh yeah.
So that's
Maybe this is why we were talking about she might see sometimes the daddy's girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're buddies for sure.
yeah.
I wish it was that way. My kid doesn't like me that much.
It's the ebbs and
Loves
flows,
her.
I
though.
would say, yeah, it would probably, as he rides dirt bikes more and more, you
Yeah.
guys will probably,
Maybe.
you know,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of a dick.
that's true.
I think we all look at ourselves like that. Like sometimes I'm like, man, I'm a dick. You know, but
But no,
sometimes
everybody else
even,
looks
even
at him that way too.
God, why are you a
Which,
dick?
which makes her decision making in men very questionable. So there's that.
She's stuck with you
Look,
now.
I've told
Yeah.
so many people, like, my wife is incredibly intelligent. Like, has a business degree, a master's degree in business,
Yeah.
all this other stuff, and just
We're on the same
makes
program, dude.
terrible
Congratulations.
choices. I know, dude. That's why I want to lock this in,
Yeah.
because I feel like we're in the same boat. We're just
Yeah.
dumb racers that were like, this shit's pretty smart
Yeah.
and would smash. So gotta lock that in.
Oh, gosh. Megan's like,
Anyways,
let's take a drink.
Yeah. Cheers to that.
So I do want to move into some stories from, and I lied to both of you, both Melissa and Britt,
Oh.
to talk to you guys about.
Okay.
Dun,
Which
dun,
is funny
dun.
because Melissa did a good job of like giving me a little bit of information. Your dad,
Oh, he's a texter.
dude, yeah, I
He
was like,
texts. He wants to text all the time. Somebody, he's like, what is he
What is
turning?
the
He's
deal
turning.
with that? Like,
Dude, he's like, he's
my
turning
mom's the same way.
65
She's like,
this year.
She refuses to have a phone conversation. And just want to text
He's
me
a-
like life stories.
He's a texter, and I'm like the opposite. I have like, let's
Oh,
see,
this is
let's
embarrassing,
see,
probably. But this is good actually to put it online.
349 unread text messages.
it's like Amanda,
So,
That gives
hey
me
guys,
anxiety
if
looking
you-
at his phone.
Yeah,
dude,
I
like
don't
I
do that.
have to get rid of notifications,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like I'm
You-
like a responder
That's
and
like
a,
my to-do list.
Yeah.
Hey, so if anybody's waiting for a response from Matt, just
30.
throw it in the
You-
chat.
you
That
might be
makes
number
sense. Matt, I texted you
349.
5 years ago about something.
Yeah.
34 voicemails. I'm sorry, everybody. I really
Just keep buying cloud storage.
Yeah. So that's to not get to kind of circuit. We'll get into the stories, but riding the BMW, that phone goes in the tank bag. I have a paper map. I don't have any comms.
MapQuest?
Yeah,
What?
no, like yeah, I use a paper like a butler map.
Yeah.
So whenever I was in California, I just had a map of all the roads, and it's just like it's fun to just get on it and
Yeah.
just it's
Get
like you're
lost
in
a little bit.
It's like you're driving.
It's his old man vibes.
Yeah, it's like you're driving a 70s model pickup, you know? It doesn't go very fast, accelerate very good. It doesn't stop very good, but you're just there in the experience. So that's why I like it.
If you get lost, or you're like, say, I need some help with
Yeah.
directions.
Yeah.
Hey, where's
How you
where's
doing?
Highway 92?
Yeah, exactly.
I could really get some help getting there.
Yep. It takes me back to being 16, though.
popsicles?
Yeah.
I got a whole freezer full of popsicles in my BMW bag.
That's amazing.
Oh,
Okay. So, things from your dad. The GNF 1000 Cup race in 2005.
Yeah. That was
Matt
good.
and I were down on the flat track out.
Do you want me to read this?
Yes,
Okay.
actually. Yeah, here you go. We'll
Alright.
just give him a little bit to where might remember the story.
Right, you're riding XR100s, and you were been there a few hours. We're taking a rest. You were in thought, and he asked what was going on in that head. Do you know what you said?
No.
You know I'm going to win in the Suzuki Cup, and there's not a fucking thing anyone can do to stop me.
Huh. Man, that's a good core memory for him. I don't remember that.
That weekend at Road Atlanta, you won the Suzuki
Yeah.
1000.
Yeah, I won the Suzuki Cup. That was a cool race. That was a big deal for me. I wanted to win it, so went out and we won that one. I actually crashed on the cool down lap because I won the race, and
He doesn't remember the core memory for his dad. but he
Crashed on the
remembers
cool down.
I was pulling a wheelie coming out of 10B. All my friends were on the fence line, and I was like pulling a wheelie, looking over at them. Sick wheelie, but then my buddy Kale, he.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, he had slowed up just over the bridge, and whenever I set it down, I was going too fast, and I like grabbed a bunch of brakes, and I smacked into the back of him. Was sliding into the down the hill, broke the rear set. Thought I was gonna get disqualified or something for crashing on the cool down lap.
Can you get disqualified after?
No. So my mechanic Rick at the time, Rick Matheny, he was over there. You had to go in and do a dyno run on the bike to make sure that it made within power. Rear set and everything for shifting was broken. So he was over there with vice grips. The chain was going, and he's switching the gear to get it. And it passed tech inspection. I was on the podium.
Passed tech inspection.
Or it passed post race, because it made horsepower. I was over there celebrating on the podium, doing all this thing. Meanwhile, I'm shitting bricks inside, thinking like, "Oh my God, what's going to happen?" They had taken care of it. Everything was good. We were all good. The tail section I blew the tail section off the back. So the next race was the Formula One race, which I wanted to go out and win that one too. So I had no tail section on the back. My dad there was no time to fix the frame because it had broken some tabs off the frames. No. So he drilled straight into the frame of that bike, tapped it, and mounted the rear set directly to the frame. Like, drilled it, tapped it, mounted it to the frame. They got it working somehow. And, it was a little bit of a mad scramble, but thank goodness for him and his ingenuity of, just drilling and tapping the frame and getting it done. And I went out, and I think there's a picture in Road Racing World somewhere, of me leaned over in a corner, no tail section, on the bike in the F1 race. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I was worried about that body work in 2000.
Right, yeah. Little did you know.
All right, what's another one?
Okay. You called from Europe on your first WSB ride.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I like the. Oh.
Yeah. Do I need to give more?
Yeah. What?
Okay. The team wouldn't move any of the controls or change any settings to fit you.
Yep.
You said, "Dad, I feel like a bear hugging a redwood tree."
Yeah. Yeah, that fucking bike. So
that was a cool opportunity.
So I carried around this thing in my wallet at the time that had goals on it. And one of the goals was to race World Superbike by the end of whatever date. And so my dad was like, I got the call, and I was like, all right, I got to do it. And it was at the time, I didn't know how good the team was. I knew that another guy that was riding for the team had some problems with him, and he called me and had advised me against it. But I always, in my mind, I was like, if I have the chance to go over and race,
just
I gotta, I gotta do it.
No.
When am I gonna do that? So, so our first race was over in Donington Park, and it rained, of course, in England, and it's super wet. And I used to think I was good at riding in the rain till I got over there. So yeah, the team would not change anything. I think I remember asking them for 3 changes. I wanted to change the front ride height. I wanted to change the spring rate. And I wanted them to change, just kind of loosen the bike up a little bit because it just felt way too bound up. And it was, it was a bad weekend. I've never been so dejected. That was a bad, just like
dejected.
Yeah,
just Florida. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, just all the piss and vinegar was out of me that weekend. Just felt super deflated.
They asked you back.
Yeah, I went back, and Harry came with me. We went over there and raced in Italy, and pretty sure I broke my ankle. Yeah. It started raining again. I don't know why. I just had such shit luck with the weather. Started raining again. I hydroplaned, high-sided, kind of side-saddled it like I thought I was going to save it. Dude, I was full on, thought I was going to save it, but at the time I had planted my foot. And I hit one of the barriers, the curbing. And anyways, went to the physio there. They have a really cool setup, or had a really cool setup. It's probably even better now, but you can go in, they have doctor, they do all the stuff. Went over there, they gave me some Tylenol. They were doing some sort of electric thing to get the blood moving. They taped my ankle. But it's bad whenever the doctor looks at your pit shirt, like I was wearing the team shirt, and he looks down and he goes, Auto Evolution, team is shit.
Exactly what he said.
Exactly. Terry was there, and I was just like, I knew I was in for it. But they just, the guys just would not.
They wouldn't change the settings that weekend.
They wouldn't change the settings. They would look at the data act and be like, oh, you should be wide open here. Everybody's wide open here. And I'm like, yeah, I could be wide open if I could ride the freaking bike. Like, it's not doing what I want it to do.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not scared to hold it wide open, but I can't get it to work. So then we ended up, the only other time we've been to Italy, I was a bonehead and I always planned stuff around racing. It was like flying on a Thursday, fly out on a Monday, so it was Sunday night, 3 a.m. We're like, I'm hobbling around Rome.
Yeah.
We went to the Colosseum. We went and saw all this cool stuff. Hindsight, I should have booked an extra day to stay on, but I was just
Your
limping
ankle
around.
probably would have hurt worse on Monday,
Please
though.
tell me, when you were around Rome in the Colosseum, you looked at her dead in the eyes and asked, "Are you not entertained?" Really?
No, not at all. I'm not that quick on my feet.
I'll make dad jokes like that all the time, and she'll go, "Ha!" and my kid will just be like,
"Yeah, deadpan,
not
funny." Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I'm like, if I'm making your mom laugh, which is a very difficult job for me to do, you should be laughing too.
Yeah.
I love it.
So that was a good memory. Yeah, I just spent some time over there racing.
Yeah, it was perfect for this. I mean, we were literally out till probably 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, but I remember the crew we were with. They're like, "Oh, we're gonna go to McDonald's and go to bed." And I'm like, "We're in Rome.
Yeah, we ended up at
Come on, man. We're not going to McDonald's and going to bed."
Yeah, we went to some pub, had
Yep.
pizza, and
Yeah,
walked around.
It was fun. It was a
All
good
right,
memory.
but did you get to eat McDonald's there?
No.
Okay, because I was say we went to Thailand for our honeymoon, and we went to McDonald's and I think Burger King, and we were just like, "What the fuck are we eating?" Like it was
Weird.
It was
so bizarre.
Yeah. And they're really into KFC.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. There's
Right.
a lot of
Like super spicy
KFC's done a
chicken.
big franchise. They got
Yeah.
those
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
And dude, I will say, I remember somebody one time in like 05 told me like 1% of the world doesn't care about motorcycles. And like going to Thailand and Mexico and a few other places that she forced me to go, dude, motorcycles are everywhere.
Yeah,
It's like it's
like
like the main.
transportation.
It's actually like
Yeah.
the least popular in the U.S. I feel like.
I agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
The amount of people that showed up for those the World Superbike rounds,
Freaking
it was insane.
wild, right?
It was wild. I mean, I was like on riding for this team that was not very good, but they would include you in all the press stuff.
Yeah,
People were
yeah.
asking for autographs. It was super cool.
Yeah.
It was a cool deal.
I was going to say, because you had mentioned Melissa earlier, I went to 24 Hours of Le Mans with her, and
Oh,
she was
yeah?
racing on an all-girls team. And
I got another story.
Like there's some story
I got another story, but yeah.
I don't know what story you're thinking of, but what I was going to mention is outside of the racetrack, outside of the paddock, there was legit like a 5-day party. And so when we were done practicing for the day or whatever, we'd venture out and it was like carnivals and people with motorcycles that were shooting flames in the air. I mean, it's just such a
Yeah.
different culture there. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. I'd love to see that even one time in the United States. I think
Yeah,
our
it
industry
won't
would be a
happen.
lot stronger.
Well,
but
no,
It used to
go to
happen back at
Motocross
Road
Nations.
or Road
For sure.
Atlanta back
Yeah.
in the day. Road Atlanta was huge back in the day. Same
I
with
already,
the parties.
I already got a camping spot
Yeah.
for
Destinations?
Indy.
Do
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
Nice.
Oh
dude,
yeah,
that's awesome.
I'm going to that.
That-
In fact, I purposely was like, "Hey babe, like Joe, Brandon, and I, we're going to Motocross the Nations. Like you and B, you guys should come." Hoping they'll be like, "No, we don't want to go because it's Motocross the Nations is
It's gonna
is
get
a
rowdy,
Yeah.
probably.
freaking party."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
that's-
fun as long as we don't
Why don't we just
park
pawn the
right
kid
next
off?
to B lot
Oh my god.
like last
Do
time.
you want to tell the
All
first
right.
Redbud experience?
Is that the cooler?
Yes. Have you
Yeah,
been to
but I
like
don't remember
Redbud
all the
No.
International?
I have.
No, she's been there.
Yeah.
I bet
We've
it's
been
insane.
a few times, but the first time,
First time
we literally like stocked up cooler full of like
beer.
great food. Beer, we
Food.
had steaks, bacon. I mean,
And
like,
we
Oh,
knew
yeah.
we didn't want to be
Eggs.
in B lot, but we wanted to park near B lot.
So you could
Right.
get
yeah,
to the
because B lot is
party.
the party
Yeah.
lot,
Yeah.
right? So we were in A lot or whatever,
Yeah.
but we were like right next to the fence and like right over it from the
Oh
gate.
man.
Okay, but our cooler was attached to a tie down attached to the canopy. You know, like
the whole
tent,
your tent
right?
from blowing away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, the first night,
No, we were there 30 minutes at most.
okay,
We were
yeah.
like, got there, set up. Let's go check out Redbud.
we walked around,
Oh no.
came back, cooler was gone. The whole thing was
Are you
gone.
kidding?
all our food, all our alcohol.
So for the whole
gone.
weekend, we did not
I think
have
we had
any
to go
of
to the store
food.
to get.
And you can't just leave Redbud. Like,
Yeah.
if you're unless you have a car, right? Like
Yeah.
if you have an RV, you can't just leave.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we had to did we borrow somebody's car? Or was that when you had the van?
I had the box
Or
truck.
the box truck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we had to drive into town and make sure nobody
And
parked
we
in
made
their
the
spot.
mistake of being honest when they asked if we had guns. We're like, yeah, we're from Georgia. We've got guns. So then we had to go to the police
station and check
check our
in.
vehicles. I still have the
Yeah.
evidence tag
Yeah.
from that in my RV.
They keep them for you.
Yeah.
Holy
my
shit.
God.
Make sure
Yeah.
Lesson learned.
Yeah.
Lock
so the
your
next time we
cooler.
went, we just stuck it in the air box of our dirt bikes.
Yeah.
And we're like, nope, we don't have guns.
But also the next time we learned to park next to the entrance, like inside the lot near the entrance, because
Oh
when
my
they
God.
confiscate everybody's
This
alcohol
was
coming
the first
in,
episode of this
they
show
put
that
it
got
in
talked
this
about.
tent in the barrels,
Yeah,
and then
55-gallon drum.
and
they
then
leave.
and then they walk
And then you
away,
can
and
just-
we just walk right over the fence and pick it up.
Oh my gosh.
So my buddy Joe is in the shower. I walk over to throw something in the trash can, and I'm like, oh, there's alcohol here. And I go grab Joe. He's in a towel, and I'm like, dude, come with me right now. So we walk over. We hoist the 55-gallon drum over the fence, and we're walking through, and he's pretty intoxicated, bumps the towel.
Oh no.
So he's dragging the towel like Linus
Oh,
behind him.
my God.
And his girlfriend and Megan are just dying laughing.
Oh no.
And he's just,
Yeah, not a care in the world.
yeah.
Oh my.
And I look over and I'm like,
But you
Joe, your
guys
dick's
had-
out.
Yeah.
He's like,
But
what?
you guys found a lot of alcohol
lot of
that
fruit.
night.
It
Yeah.
was kind of like, what's the bitch beers?
It was like wine coolers.
Yeah, it was
and
a lot
stuff.
of-
But there was, I feel like
They-
you got a couple like
There
bottles of
was
whiskey or
a few-
something.
Twisted
There was
teas.
this
and-
much.
Yeah, back then it was
Yeah.
like oh god, like Smirnoff or
Yeah.
Oh,
ice or
yeah.
Oh,
something, you know, like
Such a terrible. Like gives me a
Yeah.
headache thinking about it.
yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next thing.
All right, let me see. So, how about
Oh, wait, hold on. So we got to
Oh.
say,
What's up?
I lied to you.
Hate it when you do that.
You already said that.
Did I? Yeah,
What?
Melissa sent me stuff. So
Okay.
now we're into Melissa stories.
Oh, perfect.
Melissa. Okay. All right, I'm actually gonna go to Terry. So,
Let's get the hot gossip. What do we got?
what about spewing wine on the inside of your friend's truck window after their wedding?
Oh no. No. Here we go. Josh and Melissa got married in Monterey or somewhere close to there, from best I can remember. Anyways, at the wedding, having drinks, having a good time, dancing, partying, or whatever. We get back to the hotel, and I wanted to continue the party. And my friend Brian, who you know really well,
Oh yeah.
and her boyfriend at the time was there, and they're like, "Yeah, let's go down to the wharf. We'll figure it out." So, if you guys recall, the roads in Monterey are super twisty.
Oh yeah.
And I'm in the truck, and it's a tiny little truck, and I'm in the back.
Were you in
kind of-
our Ranger?
Yes, in the Ranger.
Oh my God, that's miserable.
So we literally get 15 minutes into this drive. I'm on the back. Oh no, I'm sick. And I'm like, okay, guys, I'm just gonna rest. Like, you go in, I'll be in a second. And
Were you doing the like?
yes,
Deep breath.
exactly. And then and it's an older, really cool Ranger. You have to like roll. And I'm
Crank
like,
the window.
oh my God, I gotta get it open.
I need air. I need air.
I threw up. But I didn't get the window down far enough.
Half in, half out.
Well,
Huh?
then I'm like laying there, and then I hear Brian walking up. She's like, "What's that on my truck?"
Oh, and her truck was yellow,
my
so you could.
God. So it was like red wine on the outside, red wine on the inside. Not my best showing, anyways.
Oh,
So yeah,
Well,
thanks, Mel. Thanks, Mel.
yeah.
Sounds like Dee Dee's.
All right. Well, I don't know if you threw up on this one either, but you got peer pressure into getting.
No. Melissa, you peer pressured Melissa.
Uh-oh. Me? That doesn't
Okay.
sound like me at all.
Getting on a roller coaster while intoxicated in Vegas after riding all day
Oh
on a
yeah.
women's track day.
Was that that must have been a Fem Moto.
Moto event.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so Melissa texted me that, you peer pressured her after drinking all day after a track day.
Why do I see a
So-
theme from like Sandlot coming on?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tequila.
Well, to be fair, like drinking for Melissa is like this much because she doesn't drink very often. So yes, riding at the track all day long, probably dehydrated, probably didn't eat enough, then have a beverage, and then I think it was Circus that we went to, and yeah, it didn't turn out so amazing, but it was absolutely good time. But yeah, Melissa and I have been in and around kind of riding and racing, and I remember when she, back at the very beginning before she was even racing up Palomar Mountain, her backpack had her license plate zip tied on the back of it, and just a little street hooligan. And now she's made a pretty amazing career out of it. Owns a race team. I mean, it's pretty rad. So
That's
No, I
cool.
remember, I don't remember the year, but I remember there was like a big thing when her and Josh raced Daytona the same year, right?
yeah,
Wasn't there a big thing about that? Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I mean, it's been amazing to watch. Both of their careers are incredibly fantastic,
Mhm.
but also the work that she's done in her own right. Because I think for a while it was like, that's Josh Hayes' wife.
Yeah.
And so now it's like,
Yeah.
and she has always been a tremendous human, incredibly smart, but now this nurturing racers to get into this community. And I think you mentioned it in a little bit of my bio of, having this industry be encompassing to everyone.
Yeah.
And she's created a business out of it, and she works her butt off. And now she's a mom. So she's, got 2 little ones at home and a race team. And arguably the race team has kids on it too. So she's kind of mothering them on the
Yeah.
weekends. Or at least it
Well,
looks
and
like.
let's be honest, you got a mother racers.
I was
Yeah.
gonna
And then
say,
they're-
do racers ever really grow up? I don't think so.
Nope.
Exactly. So, anyways, she's such a true friend, but just watching what she's done with her career has been fantastic.
Well, she also had something a little mushy for you as well.
Aw.
So,
Yeah.
basically, you are her fucking hero in this industry.
Her words.
Yeah.
I would never use that kind of language.
She says that seeing how you made your way and achieved so much has been amazing. And you have always been the one person she knows that you can count on, and give her the right advice or tell her when she just needs to suck it up.
I love it. Oh, I love you, Mel.
All right. She also had some things for Matt too.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Be prepared. Using the word cognizant during a run.
Oh.
Run-in with Miguel Duhamel at Barber.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So.
And I'm going to go ahead and say, I was like, did he use this word right? Like, I Googled it to make sure that it was used.
Why? Yeah, I don't
Correctly.
understand why this is so. Why is this funny?
So.
It's a real word.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Where I
I'll
was
be
like,
more
I don't feel like
cognizant
I'd
of where
ever
I am
use
on
that
pit
word.
road. That's what I said. I think Miguel was struggling a little bit that year, and I was kind of like I was like a little bit on the upswing, and Honda. We were both racing Hondas, and that weekend I was feeling pretty good, I guess. I don't know, but I came down pit road pretty fast, and he was putting, and I cut up the inside of him, and I think I startled him, and so he promptly came down from the HRC pits on the other side of the fence, though. So the way the pits
You
are,
couldn't get him.
or yeah, probably on purpose.
Was he
And
looking
he's-
for the red mohawk?
I didn't have the red mohawk, but my dad was there. He said, "Don't take any shit from him." And he came down there and started saying something, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah. I'll be more cognizant of where I am on pit road." And I think Melissa was there, Josh was there. Like it was a little dust up, little squabbling back and forth, but
Little peacocks, like
yeah, little
flying.
yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
like a bunch of drunk people
Ruffling
drinking
feathers.
moonshine.
Yeah. Yeah, ruffling feathers. So, and I think Miguel was taken back by the fact that I even knew what the word cognizant was and used it correctly. Like he probably thought I was just some dumb hick from Georgia or something.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe
he's
he
not
didn't
wrong.
know.
He's not wrong. Let's be real. But go ahead and explain what that word means, because
More aware of where I'm at.
aware of your surroundings.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. Which I was like, I think that means this. And then I Googled it. I was like, I was right. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's a miracle.
Way to go, Florida.
Yeah.
It's a miracle from Florida. Thank you. Yes. That
I
will
always
take
have
that
it
compliment.
whenever something happens and I'm like Florida education.
Yeah.
Nothing
Florida
against
man
Florida,
strikes again.
sorry. Yeah, exactly. Okay, she says, how about a running count of how many times you crashed a road race bike,
Oh, yeah.
but
you
never
you
told
never
the
told her the
actual
number. Apparently, you
I don't
bragged to her that you
I don't
have
know
a
the
running
number.
count.
No, my dad has a running count. Had a running count. I don't have the running count. It's in the triple digits, though.
Triple digits.
Listen,
Yeah.
but we always say, you're not crashing, you're not trying hard enough.
Pretty much.
Thank you.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do say that.
Yeah. There's a, I don't know if my dad put this story in there or not, but I had a pretty steep learning curve because I went from a 600 straight to 1,000. So, in 2000, after 2003, I won some championships on a 600, and Mike Embry gave me my first kind of shot but he only had he wanted to race thousands, wanted to go into Superbike, and so it was like, all right, first year expert 1,000. What could possibly go wrong? So the transition was like, we're going to do 1 year expert, race Wira, National Series, 600. At one point, I had like 5 bikes out of 600,000s, all this stuff. And so then transitioning into that, it was, I was just like, all right, we're going racing. And so that year, I slid quite a bit because it was a steep learning curve. And so I got my fast forward from 04 to 05. I had a pro license. I got my pro license and might have been the end of 04. But we had to do some talking because you couldn't really just come from Wira and go straight with 1,000cc license. And so my dad talked with John Ulrich, and I could actually ride I enjoyed riding the 1,000 more. The room for error was much smaller, but I liked it. And
Breaking points are a little different.
I got my license, and my dad and JU are talking to the AMA.
I'm sure your dad is just spitting shit out to just try to convince him, right?
Well, I mean, I was already in the race. I was already there. I was going for qualified. I qualified for the race, but it was at Road Atlanta. It was my second pro race. The first one was at VIR. Race there, qualified, no problem. The first one was at Road Atlanta, or my next one was at Road Atlanta. And I just remember it was the old turn 12, coming down the old turn 12 to the wall. Hold on. I used to love that turn. That was my favorite turn in road racing.
I have a story, and honestly, I think I missed to put it down. I heard a very famous story about you in old turn 12 and barriers and your pinky. Am I remembering that correctly?
Not turn 12. I didn't do that. Was at Barber. Was my pinky would have been at Barber.
You mean the lack thereof? Hold that thing up again.
Yeah, it's a little short.
Yeah,
small hang loose.
Yeah.
But
okay, so I might get these are things that Huey told me when I was working with him.
Yeah. So, but I came down turn 12, and my dad, JU, and one of the AMA guys are over there talking about me and my license because I was on a provisional license, and dude, they're on the outside of turn 12. That's where race control was.
Yeah.
And they're talking, and JU's kind of vouching for me. Thank you, JU. Appreciate you. And but I had kind of misjudged the entrance a little bit, I clipped the curb. With the rear set
on the inside,
and so it just screwed me royally.
Ejectocito, cuz.
That's it. That's exactly it. So I ended up, I in front of God and everybody, JU, my dad, AMA, I low-sided the bike into the hay bales at the end of the turn.
I don't know if we can say that because I feel like Jesus was about to take that wheel and he was like, I can't.
Yeah.
Nope.
It was
I can't take that wheel.
The AMA officials are like,
you mean that guy?
Is that the number? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was mixing up stories with those from what I've heard over the years. So I remember Huey saying there was a very famous story about, and what I remembered is they were trying to figure out where to put the barriers on the wall at turn 12.
Yeah.
And you slid into the wall. So that's part of that
that's
story.
part- yeah,
You hit
yeah,
the
yeah.
wall. He hit the wall, and they
I
were
hit
like,
the- I hit the last-
"There's where we put the
I
dirt."
hit the last two hay bales, like the last two hay bales that were there.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
And they determined that's where they
That's where they need to go.
Slid
Yeah.
into them.
I hear
Everything
these
worked out.
stories, and it's like such a miracle that we're
Yeah,
sitting here and
for
we have
sure.
a beautiful daughter.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know. It was one of those things. It made me respect that turn a lot more. I'll tell you that. But yeah, it was. I don't know. I had a lot of help. Obviously, still have a lot of help, but like just had a lot of help racing and a lot of things. A lot of people. My dad, John Ulrich, Brian Drebber, rest in peace. My family, just a lot of people that helped out, and so that's why we were able to do those things for sure.
And let's be honest, at this point, you figured the help you would get was like a nurse wiping. And,
Dude, it
In
was,
home care.
yeah.
I will say that was part of the deal for us dating. Do you remember?
It was. Yeah.
What was it I said? There was two
If
things.
you, I believe it was if you broke both of your arms at the same time,
Oh man, I got a buddy that did.
then
that.
I had to wipe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got a buddy that did
That
that.
was rule
You're
one.
like, okay.
And the second was to accept I will never stop riding dirt bikes or motorcycles unless I physically cannot.
Which that one was easy.
For
To
sure.
be honest.
I think about, it's interesting that you say this because I think about a lot of relationships where, and it's typically the husband that says, well, my wife won't let me ride anymore. Man, that's super sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, she's like, get the fuck out. Go. Go
Yeah,
rock.
Are you going? Yeah. Are you going? Are you going?
I would tell Matt, go find your smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. He says it's therapy. So
I
need a
concur.
therapy session.
Yep.
The MV is what claimed the pinky.
Yeah. Tell that story.
Yeah, that was on a test day at Barber.
I honestly,
Coming up
I know
over-
your daughter's watching and I really want to say something kind of.
Mm.
Not
Careful.
gonna-
Careful.
Go ahead. But go on. Kill the
Yeah,
story.
so kind of coming up the hill, you got 1 as the left, and then 2 and 3, and kind of 4, and I guess it would be 5 or 6. I can't remember how they number all of them now, but it's right as you're coming up the hill going down into Charlotte's Web where the scoring pylon is. I came through there. In the MV, we had kind of short swing arms.
Yeah.
We had kind of short swing arms on those things, and we were trying to work on getting longer swing arms, but the thing would just it'd start spinning, and it would just get a huckabuck. Like the whole frame would just wind up like a spring, and I came through there, and it started spinning, and then it unloaded, and it just went into a pop tank slapper, and I kind of went up over the front, and next thing I know, I was there on the kind of sliding, and I got up and I looked at my hand and I was like, pulled my glove off because I saw a lot of blood, and I was like, well, that's not going to be the same. There's no fixing that. So
Do you
I
know what did it? Handlebars?
originally I thought that maybe I had like drove it into the ground or something, but now I think what happened is whenever it popped so violently, it went into the tank and it just mashed
Pinched it
Yeah,
so
just
far,
pinched
yeah.
it. So
Yeah.
but
Well, that's like.
and that bike's in the Barber
pinky is
Museum now.
Oh, that's
Oh,
cool.
really?
We were
Yeah.
just there.
Yeah.
there we go.
That's like such a common injury for
Oh,
road
yeah.
racers because they tuck, and before you realize it, you're
Trapped underneath
yeah,
it.
it's
Yeah.
trapped. You
Yeah.
know, and that's why I see so many road racers with little.
They have
you know,
little
I
I
sabers.
almost like think about the '90s 10 speeds.
And
And they had those things, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you
yeah.
feed 'em.
Those little, and I used to be,
Yeah.
I always liked running my hands real far out on the grips. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, as far as I could, if I could get it
the
on the
outside
edge.
of my grips
Yeah.
is the first thing that wears.
I think
I don't.
I think part of that has to do with
For
dirt
sure.
bike
Yeah,
riding.
why?
Because you're
Agreed.
out, elbows out.
Like when you're trying to get me to play or swing a golf club.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, okay, it's the opposite. Like, put your elbows out.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I don't. Elbows out.
Yeah.
Look
But
like a
that was
goon.
that was a steep learning curve. I mean, going from a 600 to 1,000, we did it. It was fun. I have a lot of good memories, good stories. Yeah.
Well, I will say that I do have a few videos to play. We'll do a little break. And I'm going to bring the mood down a little bit because did you guys hear kind of the tragedy that happened last weekend?
At Etchicone.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I saw Mason Cole was at Dalton Hill's funeral, and I reached out to him to say, hey, I would kind of want to touch on this for the show to honor this kid because it was. I was extremely saddened to hear about it. I mean, you even told me it made it on like national news and all this stuff. And
Yeah.
so this was actually, I don't know if you guys saw this. This was a tribute to him at his funeral.
I haven't seen it.
Hold on. Gotta move it to the right screen. Gotta get my shit together. Yell at me. I know. What? Oh. Like that was pretty incredible to get to see that many people out there to honor him. I do kind of wonder how many bikes blew up doing that. You know what I mean? But yeah,
It's a horrible situation.
yeah, and we both have young kids, but
Yeah.
it's good to see, even in that situation, the community come together.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tragic. I mean, anytime somebody that's young loses their life, it's it's dark, but it's the light is in it is the community that comes together, and hopefully his family feels that they're not alone in these times. I mean, it's that's the dark side of the sport that we all love, and motorcycles that happens, but it could happen on the football field.
I would say,
It
yeah,
can
it happens in any sport.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not even
let's be
in
honest.
sport. People driving.
Yeah,
You know
for
what I
sure.
mean? Like,
But I mean, this right here, the community coming together to help uplift the
Yeah.
family, and
Mhm.
I heard that they're having a race at Etchconey, and they're going to do a
I
lap
believe
or
it.
something there at the end of the month or something like that. I think I
Yeah.
read.
And I honestly, I didn't know about that happening until after I saw the video, or I probably
Yeah.
would have gone down to support.
Yeah,
But I'm going to look into the Ichikani thing and try to go down for that. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like for all of us, hell, what was your first street bike?
A CBR 900 RR.
First street bike.
CX9.
Her
Yeah.
husband at the time, well, it was Coast Guard. It was a different life. You had to basically marry the person that you were dating to stay together. Wanted a Harley. She's like, fuck you, I'm getting a 900 RR.
yeah,
You know what I mean? But still, like, that's kind of part of our blood is like to push that limit, and to get there. But
I mean, I think we do all the things that we think are the best possible safety precautions that we can, right?
Yeah.
You get
yeah,
the right
the best gear, you get the braces, you get the pads, you get you get everything that you can. And honestly, I don't think any of us expect something that tragic to happen, right? We
Yeah.
might expect a broken finger or maybe a broken arm or
Mhm.
something, right? Like,
Yeah.
but nothing that we can't like overcome. And
I also think there's a part of this that you're actually just not thinking about that. So to your point, you're taking
Yeah.
all the precautions to be safe and comfortable and go fast or go far or whatever your goal is, but you're not, at least I don't live my life this way, dwelling of the fear of what could happen.
Because you're not going to live a life at that point.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I remember my trip to Sturgis, and I was somewhere in the middle of Flatlandia, like Kansas, and some old guy was like, "You rode that all the way from Georgia?" I'm like, "Yes, I did." By yourself? I'm like, I don't see room for anyone else on here. Like, yes. So like you don't think about those things, but even when it comes to putting our daughter on the motorcycle, like we teach her about safety. We talk to her about riding within her limits, and I mean, at a certain point, there's a risk at whatever you're doing, and
there's some things that are out of your control. It's it's tough as a parent, especially like I tell that story about being at the Hare and Hound, and you just send them out, and
and
you're
disappear.
Hope for the best.
and you're kind of like,
right?
okay, I'm going to see you again in 20 minutes, 25 minutes, whenever your lap's done or whatever. But, I think it underscores not to take all the moments for granted,
Yeah.
in a way.
Sure.
And I think motorcycles help in a way
Mm-hmm.
for us whenever we're living and we're in that, to not take those moments for granted. Like we
Absolutely.
appreciate those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it, as a parent, putting your kid kind of out there, and we've talked about that. We've talked about that with her injuries, that all that, and it's something that you're definitely not prepared for, but you try to be the best that you can be prepared for it in a way.
I can also say that I would much rather send her out on a 9-mile lap in the desert than sit her in the city on a pedal bike to pedal
Oh.
to school or something.
Yeah.
100%.
So when I think about acceptable risk and what
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with her doing
Mm-hmm.
and her capabilities, for sure, giddy up, go do your lap. But I'm not going to let her ride to school in Temecula by herself.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
control the controllable. And I think in a motorcycle situation, you're prepared for. Hopefully, you've prepared them well.
Well, and it's kind of interesting when you were saying about like what she went through with that. Like, honestly, think about some of the shit that you've been through with racing. And I can take a step back and think of the shit. Like, I get into bad situations at work or stress, or my wife's bitching at me, and I'm like, I can handle this because I've been through hell.
Oh yeah,
You
you
know?
have to
Like,
learn how to dig deep when
you-
no one is there to help
Like,
you.
and
That's
she
true.
got to do that with that Hare and Hound race,
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean-
there's a lot of life skills to that we don't even think about. You've done it. We've both done it, where we're just like, you're in a situation and there's no getting out. You got to figure it out. Nobody's
Yeah.
coming to help you.
Absolutely.
So-
Highland Park, I went over the bars, downhill, full on rocks. Went over I was by myself, and like, I mean, I was like, I can't kick this thing.
Oh, the
to
mud
start.
ride.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
I
that was
can't kick
before-
this
way
thing,
before
and
me even.
and it was like immediate down and immediate uphill.
Oh no!
So I couldn't
Yeah.
even push it out if I wanted to. And I was like, I don't think anyone's coming, like, so I was like, I got to get out of here myself, like,
Mhm.
and that was awful, but happened, right? And
Yeah.
did it.
You did
and,
it.
You know what I mean? Like,
The grit, the resilience.
right. When you're left with no choice.
Right.
And I feel like that's a big part of why military gets attracted to this industry too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they're put through the same stuff
Yeah.
in a sense. So
I don't know all the details around what happened. It's tragic that whenever a youth loses their life, there's no doubt about it. I mean, we had some issues, some of that happen in Temecula before we
Oh,
left
yeah.
with Paris Raceway,
mhm.
and it's it's tragic. The only thing I can hope is that as we get more kids into this, and we all experienced it, like having the proper flaggers there, having
Yeah.
people to help.
Yeah,
One of the things that
proper
was
protective wear.
yeah,
you
one of
know?
the things that was crazy out in California
and he
is that
had that.
yeah, at Fox Raceway, they used to mix there was no, like here, you always had your A/B practice, your C practice, your mini practice, all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the stuff out in California, it's just open.
Throw them all
Just
together.
Everybody's out there. And to me, that's like a
That
recipe
can
for
Yeah, that
disaster.
Can be very insane.
Yeah.
But I hope, kind of going into that, like I see some of the new technology coming out there, like with Alpine Stars and their the vest that they
Oh
have.
yeah.
You
That
know, and
inflates.
yeah, the inflatable
Yeah.
chest protector.
Mm.
And so it's like, hopefully that type of technology, the safety technology that comes out, it's going to help mitigate some of those. I mean,
Yeah.
you hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And,
Yep.
it's tragic, but you're never guaranteed tomorrow, right?
And
So,
that's
Yeah.
always a weird thing when you're talking about the separated practices, right? I
Yeah.
felt like road race practices did a much better job
yeah.
of not caring about people's feelings. Now, there's not a lot of youth in road race practices,
Right.
but like if somebody was in an intermediate and they were going slow as hell, they'd be like,
Yep.
you're
Yep.
going down.
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
If
you're
somebody's
out.
a beginner,
Like, yeah.
Right.
and they're going fast, they're like,
You
you're
gotta-
going up. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
And I felt like, I've always felt like motocross never did that. There was never a person just sitting there to be like, and this is definitely completely separate from what happened, but yeah, that's
That's a
always
valid point. Though.
yeah. I felt like with dirt bikes, there's never been a person to really kind of sit there and be like, this person's going too fast.
Yeah.
Because you would have kids in the C practice sending everything C and beginner.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's practice. Nobody cares. But they're 16 years old, full of piss and vinegar, and they're like, I want to win practice, you know? Like, go up to A and B. Like, you know what I mean? Like, separate it by this person can do this jump. This person can't do this jump.
For sure.
Easy divider, you know?
Yeah.
But
it's a tough thing. I mean, yeah, I think you're right. In road racing, they definitely police that a little bit more.
a lot better.
I mean, California was nuts though. Like I'd never seen anything like it. You'd have the vet track going, and there would be 65s on the vet track, and you're
What?
like, dude, I'm not shitting you.
And they're like,
Fox Raceway,
giant
you'd be out
things.
there. The 65s are jumping more jumps than some of the vet guys are.
For sure.
But it's like you got a big bike and a small bike.
Yeah.
Like if something happened, I mean,
Somebody lands on something,
dude, I had it happen. A little 65 fell in front of me whenever I was on the vet track, and I narrow miss, like avoided the bike and avoided the rider, and I went and parked it. I was like, I'm not going back out there. I don't want to be
responsible
in that
for that,
situation.
yeah.
Like
Mhm.
that situation shouldn't happen. Like
Yeah.
they should segregate the practices and
Yep.
let everybody have their time, you know? So, but not knowing the full details, it's still tragic. And it's like, the only thing that I can hope is that safety equipment advances, and, you know,
Yep.
maybe some of that stuff can be mitigated, right? The risks can be mitigated even more.
Well, I do feel like there's somebody amongst us that could help with that.
Yeah.
Innovation of helmet and protective apparel, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. All right. So you may have been aware. I'm going to just rip the Band-Aid and go to the next one.
Okay.
'cause that was a hard thing to talk about. Did you see any of the stuff like we did at Greg Day?
No.
Oh, you don't know about the calendar
Uh-uh.
and the bikes? Oh.
Okay.
That's probably a good thing.
Yeah. I'm going to show you the calendar. You're going to die laughing. So
Oh,
there's
geez.
a big prank amongst our buddies and I where we get naked pictures on our friends' bikes.
Okay.
Right? This happened.
Secretly.
Yeah. We break into their house, break into the garage,
Oh, no.
whatever it is. So
Please don't tell me you teabagged my 690.
I really, that happened. That happened to Greg Day. Greg Day, I'm going to show you this after the show and you're going to die laughing. But no, so I got my buddy Christian bike. He was
Okay.
a parts manager at Mountain at the time.
Okay.
And Billy.
Oh, I know Christian.
Yeah.
He actually lived with Peter for a little bit.
Did he?
Yeah.
All
Oh
right.
my gosh, the story comes full circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Peter.
Christian, I got his bike, and because it was at Billy Eisen. So Billy Eisenacher plotted for me to go to his house and get picture on April's bikes. And the funny thing is, separately, April plotted for me to come over to their house and get pictures on Billy's bikes, right? So while I'm there to get pictures on April's bikes, I see that Christian's bike's there, and Billy is fixing it. So Billy does this to him.
I found the problem with the clutch.
Oh no.
really? Okay. Napkin collection. Yeah. Figured out I can't figure it out in the truck. I'll get there. Signs of it. I'll never make a blind in my drawer. Like time if you started running down.
Why would you let me? I should have never let my bike go.
Oh my God.
Okay. So I just got a random text from Christian, and I said, do you remember me saying somebody did this to my truck? And she's like, yes. Like, I forgot about it. His payback was to do this to me, and I didn't know he did it until this week when he sent me this.
We got to tell them when it was.
A week after, 3 to 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So he put a Biden rainbow sticker on my truck as payback.
That's
Years
epic.
ago.
Years ago, and I just found out about it.
How long you
this
been driving
week.
around with that?
No, I don't own that truck anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
But like,
We sold it immediately after.
yeah. We don't talk about that shit on this show. But no, Christian, because I'm a prankster,
Dished it right
he
back.
got me good. And
I like
because
it.
I sent it in my group of buddies, and I was like, which one of you fuckers did this to me? They're like, we didn't do it. So for 3 to 4 years, he's had this.
No idea.
And was like, I'll finally tell you. And usually I'm a person, I will never get mad. I will get payback. I'm not going to get payback on that. that is legendary that he did that to me.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah. So, yep. And also, we're going to pay one more bill. Do you guys need a break? You guys need
I can use
anything?
break,
All
for
right.
sure.
We're going to do a quick little break. Go run.
Okay.
Run.
Running.
Now. All right.
This show is brought to you by MX201 Track Designs, founded by Matt Shue, a former pro supercross and motocross racer who made a name for himself in the 90s and early 2000s.
Teri Lynn, the local favorite from LJ, Georgia, is in third. He goes down in the corner. He's no longer in third place.
MX201 Track Designs brings decades of hands-on expertise to the motocross world. Matt's racing career took him across the globe, competing at the highest level and learning firsthand what makes a track not only fun, but challenging and safe. Since stepping away from racing, Matt has used his extensive knowledge to help design, build, and manage a variety of tracks in the Southeast. Locations like AMP MX, Highland Park Resort, and Synergy Cycle Park trust MX201 as he's earned a reputation for creating top-notch riding experiences. Whether you're dreaming of a custom public track, private motocross facility, or even a backyard woods loop for the kiddos, MX201 Track Designs offers solutions that are as unique as your vision, and he'll offer custom solutions that are tailored to your budget. Visit mx201trackdesign.com or call 678-628-4892 to get started on designing your perfect track today. And when you do, be sure to mention Campfire Moto Stories to Matt.
And we're back, kind of. All right, so we got a few short little clips that people were sent to me, and I wanted to play them. And then we'll kind of do a few more things and wrap up the show. If anybody else has any funny things to bring up, which I got to say, this has been a pretty damn good show. Which I also got to say is my wife was extremely pissed at me about 4:30 today when I told her that I was planning on her to come in for the show.
Yeah, that's because.
Yeah. Because she was like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And I was like, it's going to be so good. So I knew it would turn out great. All right. So it is. Yeah. No, everybody's off.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
They're coming back. I was waiting
All
for
right.
everybody to come back.
All right.
It sounds terrible to do this. All right. So did you guys see the cameraman at Tampa this last
Yes,
weekend?
I did.
So
No.
I reached out to this dude, and he gave me permission to play this video.
Did he?
The cameraman?
Yeah.
Not the cameraman, the guy that made the video.
Oh, that fell. Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
Dude,
What's your take?
that's why I wanted to bring it up, right?
What? Like, do you do it on purpose?
No, he definitely did do it on Ken's take.
Yeah. What would you or I do in that situation, right? Like you just made a terrible choice to split two lappers. It did not work out well.
Yeah.
Your chain came
He's
off.
hot. He's hot.
Like,
He's pissed.
He just kept walking though.
Dude, like,
did.
put yourself in. Like, try to think of the most pissed off you've been.
Yeah, I would have
Would
kept
you
walking.
help
Did
that
he just
guy?
walk? Did he
Absolutely
just
not.
walk?
He just
kept walking.
Well, this is one thing I noticed.
It looks like he stopped for a second.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And
just
then he
kind of
kept
stopped
walking.
and
and
then
Okay.
looked.
somebody
and-
else, like he
Because
probably
somebody else
stopped and looked and was like, "He's gonna be okay. Somebody else is gonna help this guy. I'm
Yeah,
Yeah.
going back."
I gotta
I
get my
don't
mind
fault
right.
Ken at all
No, I
for
don't
that
either.
kind of thing, but the fact of like you combine all the shit that went wrong to
Yeah.
bring that together is pretty wild. And I will say, like, I grew up in Tampa. I had a lot of people message me to go to this race, and I almost went to it. I'm so pissed that I did not go to this race.
What an
for-
epic
There's a
weekend.
lot that happened.
Oh my god, I couldn't imagine. I'd probably been blackout for 3 days. Like if I went, I would have been blackout.
Who was
for
it?
3
Who,
days.
whose Instagram is that? Is that Ugetti?
Yeah, 191.
Cole Ugetti?
Cole?
Is it? Do you know him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No. All right.
Kind of.
Cole. I worked with Cole at Liat.
No
Who
way.
would they
Hold
not
on.
know
It
in the
is Cole.
motorcycle industry?
Cole Ugetti.
Yes.
Shout out Cole. What's up, bro?
Thanks for the IG.
Holy shit, that's
video.
funny. Yeah.
Small
you
world,
get it.
man.
Holy
Funny story.
hell.
I think I have a video very similar to that where I'm videoing my kid in a CrossFit gym walking backwards and I tripped over a box. My kid's like,
Yeah. Putting myself in Kenny's shoes, like I could understand that. Just he's probably like, are you kidding me? You know?
Honestly,
can't
I've been
believe
like,
you did
what a
that.
fucking idiot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm out. I'm out.
As somebody who's older and cooled off, whenever I watched the video, I was like, dude, you could have
done something.
you could have looked at, but then putting myself as being,
100,000 people looking at you.
yeah, putting myself in his position, as hot as he was at that point, it was just like,
no, it's mindset, right? Like
Yeah.
I know you when you have like your race face on.
yeah,
It's
You
tunnel
wouldn't
vision.
have stopped and
Yeah.
walked
Yeah.
and
But,
talked to them.
Tunnel vision.
you know, armchair
Which
quarterbacking it.
honestly, it's one of those things like 10 minutes later, you'd have been like, oh.
When you snap out of it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't fault Kenny to that. I would honestly fault Kenny having the crash more than that incident, you know?
Yeah.
But
Mm.
so we had said earlier, like the last time we met, but no, I actually think the last time we saw each other was a Sorks race. I told you this a few days ago. I remember I was like,
Were you blowing by me?
No, but we were in the same race, and I just remember like looking at the score, and you were like, "Where's 30B?" And I was like, "It's right here. What's your name? I'll look at what place you got." And you said, "Matt Lynn." And I was like,
Yeah.
"The guy hates me."
Yeah.
I did beat you that race.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
pretty sure.
Sorks, man. I like doing that stuff, but it's always like the last lap. I'm like, why am I out here?
The last lap?
Yeah, the last lap. I'm just
the first lap.
oh, I'm just like the last lap. I'm always like, why am I out here? But it's I enjoy doing it. I want to get out, and I kind of had the idea to maybe get some gate drops this year. Maybe go do a moto race. I haven't done a moto race in years, but just to do
What about
something.
Day in the Dirt?
I don't know. I'd like to if they have Day in the
Yeah,
Dirt.
is it like next weekend or something?
No, it's
2
first
weekends?
weekend of March.
Yeah.
First weekend
I'm
of March?
going.
Oh, that would be
that's
fun.
pretty- That's like
That would
2
be a big
weeks,
deal.
right?
Girl math.
That's like a year away.
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta.
We already got plans that day. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Do you need to check your calendar?
Yeah,
Got your
there's-
plans, got your plans made.
But yeah, I'd like to go out and do some sort of something this year for sure. I need to
I'm
put
gonna go ahead and
something on
tell
the
you.
calendar.
I'm signed up for the Alligator so we're leaving Wednesday at noon, racing the Alligator on Thursday. We're doing Croom on Friday, Day in the Dirt on Saturday, and then if we're sober enough, we're going to drive back on Sunday. That's
Dang,
Man,
that sounds pretty
that's an
amazing.
epic weekend.
And
Yeah.
also this weekend we're going to go
Durham
Durhamtown,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which I
You
didn't.
guys are going to Croom? Wait, Durhamtown's just this weekend.
No. You're
Durhamtown's this weekend.
day.
Day in the dirt.
March.
Croom
Yeah.
weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all
March
right,
is
yeah.
No,
that.
I'm fast forwarding. to this upcoming
Croom's fun.
weekend.
I've been there once. I had a good time. I had a good time going. I've only been there once.
I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah.
I grew up crashing at Croom.
Oh,
I
yeah.
literally know
Croom bite on your
every
shoulder.
inch
Yeah.
of
It's-
Croom.
It's like fun for people that don't get to ride sand very much for like a day, and then you're like,
You just don't know how to ride it.
yeah.
No, for real. Like everybody is like that I've ever talked to. It's like Croom sucks. It's terrible.
No,
I'm like,
I enjoy it. The
no,
whoops.
no. But that's why they end up hating it. And I'm like, you got to know how to ride it. You
Yeah.
just go, oh, there's a trail that way. It's smooth trail.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
And you
yeah,
can
for sure.
connect
We
trail to trail.
we found that out the second day we were
Yeah.
riding. We found all the little ghost trails that are
Yep.
in
And
away
then you
from
run
all the.
into a deer and you're chasing a deer for a while and then you get like, taken out by a branch.
Yeah.
And then you're pretty sure you wake up and the deer's like, and then runs away.
You're like, how did I get here? We're at Moon's Farm.
Exactly.
Why am I in Florida? No, so this weekend is
My bike's
Durhamtown.
totaled.
And I set up a show tomorrow with Mike, the owner of Durhamtown. So yeah,
Oh,
there's-
okay.
yeah.
No way.
Yeah. So she was way too pissed at me earlier to tell her that, so I had to wait till now when she's a little.
I'm
more-
not on it though, right?
No.
Okay, good.
All right. So if anybody's gonna be at Durhamtown this weekend, come on out, hang out. We're gonna do a quick show. I don't know if it's gonna be live. I'll probably pre-record it and then use it for like when she makes me go to fucking Disney World or some bullshit. Anyways, back to Sorks. Have you ever seen this in a Sorks event?
It's gonna be
Oh
hard.
no! Damn it!
It'd be hard to see.
But I think that like a.
Holy fucking shit!
Whoa!
What happened?
hit a deer.
I was just.
Holy
So the dude in front of him smoked the deer. This is Fred.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Oh. There it goes.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Was he all right?
Yeah, he was good.
You know what? You had Opie? You had Opie on the show.
Oh, Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
We talked about that.
He smoke checked a deer.
Really?
Like
On his road
split
bike?
it in half.
Oh.
Yeah.
Coming down, was it coming into 10A? Or on the back straightaway or something? He smoke checked a deer.
Yep.
That's gnarly.
Came into the pits covered.
Covered in blood.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Straight
wow.
up.
And
And
Road
they
Atlanta.
pulled the tapes, everything.
Yes.
They got rid of it. Wiped it under the rug, from what I heard. I never saw anything, but I
Go back and watch Opie's
That's
show.
amazing he didn't
I'll have to go-
crash.
Yeah, it is. He didn't. He
So
kept it up.
he was talking about doing one fast move, and the lead actor was like, just kept bringing that up. But you fucking destroyed a deer? Like
Yeah.
the director of the movie
Oh,
called
yeah, yeah.
in, and we talked for a good bit. And
That's
that was one
crazy.
thing that just kept getting brought up. So yeah, that's funny. I didn't even think about that when I wanted to show that. All right, so what other stuff do I have in the woodworks for this show? Winding down, girls crashing. Oh, Alex Heckman. So I actually got his permission to show this video before the end of the year, and then we just got to drinking too much on the shows, and I kind of forgot it. But this dude's got some good sins. He's like a local pro dude. He might have a pro license out of Michigan. Check out these things.
Oh,
right?
Nice.
So these were his best sins of 2024.
Letting her eat.
Oh. Whoops. Yikes. Go left.
Dang, brother.
Oh, this
Oh,
one
wow.
is gnarly.
Oh,
That's the Rocco seat.
dude,
Wow.
that is.
How close to the edge did he get, right?
There's no feeling like hitting something big.
Yeah.
That butterfly feeling you get.
Yeah, it's been a long time for me since I've felt that way.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Does she give you shit about how good you used to once be? Does she do that to you?
No,
Oh,
Not
that's,
so
You're a
much.
bitch.
I'm still that good. No.
You didn't get to tell my Tunnel Hill story.
Oh no, I didn't tell you the Tunnel
Hold
Hill
on.
story.
Tunnel Hill?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, Tunnel
Yeah.
Hill.
That's her first motocross track she
Oh
ever rode.
yeah, rest
No
in
way.
peace, Tunnel Hill.
Yeah,
that place
that was a
was
good track.
fun.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, whenever we were dating, we were trying to put together a timeline. I can't remember the whole thing, but we were out here, and I was on my Yamaha, and she had a borrowed bike. And I remember we were cruising around Tunnel Hill. This was like pretty early on in our relationship, and it was our first time out on the moto track together. And I'm like kind of slow rolling stuff to get to show her the track and whatever. And she like we were on the second lap or something, and she just full on ripped it. And I'm like down here, and she just sent it over this tabletop, and I was like, hell yeah,
Like that.
yeah.
I'm about to put a baby in that.
Thank you, Keith Marshall, for the bike.
Yeah, what was yours? An RM250 you rode at that with Matt?
Me? Not an RM.
What?
No, it was a
Burnett.
CR 250.
Is it CR250?
Yeah.
Two-stroke? Four stroke.
CRF 250.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was going to say, she would be a lot more badass if it was going to be that. But,
CRF
you know.
250.
All right, so I think that's all the content, the videos, the plugs, the yada, yada, yada. But we, how often do you guys fight? Just curious about that. It's like a cool, chill moto couple.
Suspension part.
yeah, we fight about
suspension and
Setting the sag. That's
Setting the
your
sag.
fight.
fucking setting
I'm
sag.
like, he's like,
I'm
he
like, do you
wants
know
me
how to read a tape
measure it.
measure?
Motherfucker. I know how to read a tape measure.
Hey, but remember that one time, the superior measuring method?
The metric system is by far superior.
Yeah, as long as you don't mix it with the SAE system. You're fine.
Oh,
Yeah,
how
sag
often are you
every
setting
time.
your sag?
Not enough. Because I just
You guys just
I
need to
just
buy the
get frus-
slacker tool thing.
Exactly.
Like, for sure.
1,000%. I get frustrated. I'm like, I don't believe what you. It's a trust issue. I think. I don't know. Like I make the adjustments and I'm like, why? It should have went down, not up. Like why do I have less sag now? I just adjusted it. I should have more sag.
Never fails.
Oh my
Never fails.
God.
And then we both get frustrated. And then you know. Yeah. So we just.
But here's the other story. It's like I can't take my motorcycles or bicycles somewhere else to get
Right.
it worked on because
Yeah.
then he's pissed.
Yeah.
And then he's like,
That's worse.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If you brought a bike somewhere else to get fixed, I'd
Oh, I'm gonna have
She
Billy
did
work
that.
on my shit.
She did that to me. She did that to
I've
me.
done that. Yeah.
On her
no,
bicycle.
I'm sorry. That's grounds for divorce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She did that on her bicycle. She's like, took it somewhere. And then I think I still ended up having to fix shit on it.
Probably.
It's all right.
It's a trust issue for me because when I take it somewhere else and I'm like, can you look at it? I don't know.
Yeah. What else do we fight about?
We don't fight too much.
We don't fight too much.
The
No.
same with us. Like I remember her telling me about like people bitching about their significant other or whatever.
Mhm.
And she's like,
Yeah.
they'll ask like, how often do you fight? And she's like, not that often.
Yeah.
It's something
Like I'll
serious.
agitate her.
Yeah.
She'll agitate me.
Hey, he's
Me more than
annoying as
her.
hell, but
Yeah.
Terrible dad jokes. Makes me go on his show.
It's interesting though because I think just in like work and life, there's enough things that are challenging, and I'm really fortunate that we're pretty aligned when it comes to
Mhm.
everything. To
Yeah.
like what was going on during the COVID times, we camped out and spent time outdoors, and like
Yeah.
we just, I don't know.
You got to have a good pit crew.
Yeah.
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 That's it.
I got the best pit crew. So
I was gonna say, I feel like you gotta have somebody that's very well in common with like just what the core of what you is.
You is.
Yeah.
What you is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
what you is, boo?
Florida education. No, the core of what you like want to be, what you
Yeah.
are.
Core
Like,
values, I think, is
Thank
what you're.
you. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
You know what's interesting though? Like when Petra was little, there was times where, man, I wanted to go ride and he'd go ride, and so it's getting into a cadence too because
Mhm.
we jokingly said like the two most selfish people in the world now have a small human. We're gonna have to try to
Yeah.
You have
figure
to
it
take
out.
turns, right? You have to figure it out.
That's,
Yeah.
Whenever you have similar interests, right? It's like,
It's my turn to
Okay.
go ride bikes.
yeah,
Yeah.
trying to schedule that and then schedule time to do it together. You know, sometimes it can be a little challenging, but
Yeah.
yeah, we don't fight too much.
Well, I will say my relief has always been motorcycles, and hers is kind of drifted away from that when we had the kid. And it wasn't
Yeah,
till
'cause I
a
had to
year ago
sell.
I forced her to get another hobby, which she's been a badass at, and it's helped.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, when I got pregnant, so my last street bike I had
The
was the
Speed Triple.
Triumph, Speed
Yeah.
Triple,
Great.
which I
motorcycle.
loved. Was my
Mhm.
favorite, like all time. I worked my way to that bike. Right. It was
Yeah.
like what I.
From a $900 she didn't work her way to it. She just,
Okay, but I had other things, right? And
no,
to
I
get
know.
there, right?
I'm just
And
saying, like from a
but that
900
was like
double
my
R to
dream
a Speed
bike.
Triple.
That
Yeah.
was my dream bike that I
Yeah.
wanted, and I finally got it. And it was like matte black. You know, it was like exactly what I wanted. And then I got pregnant, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not. It's gonna sit here for a
We
long
didn't
time.
ride it. Like we rode it
Yeah,
twice a year.
yeah, because
Yeah.
you
I
had your
had the
hypermotard.
Hypermotor,
Yeah. And so anyway, got rid of it, and then riding on the street around here is just
Yeah.
like I don't trust anybody else. Like I
For
would
sure.
love
Much
to
rather go to a
ride.
track day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd love
Yeah.
to ride, but like I just I don't trust the traffic and all that. But then we got obviously with our son, I can put him in the side by side
Yeah.
and go out and do that, and I get a similar feeling, right, that motorcycles give you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Um,
And you're also doing something with him too. I think encompassing the family.
right.
We've talked about that. Like that for us is something that it's super important to get Petra out. And if she's not able to ride on the back, then what's the next option? Because we took her on a dual sport ride not very long ago.
Yeah, we did. Well, we did like I have a KTM 990. And, I put her on the back of that, and it got a little spicy. We got rained on.
We got to a closed road.
We got to a closed road. Yeah,
Matt's like, what do you think about the closed road? And I'm like, don't ask me. You know what I'm going to say. We're on off-road bikes.
She's ready to go around it. We went around everything. Fortunately, everything was open at the end. It worked out. I mean, we were all cold and wet because we did not prepare correctly. The forecast did not show rain.
Yeah.
And so I didn't bring rain gear.
I went to Big Springs.
It was bad, but I think we took a safety blanket, one of those, silver emergency blankets. I cut it up and made a little poncho for Petra and stuffed it underneath her clothes to kind of try to keep the wind off of her. It was fun. I mean, it was fun.
It's a good memory.
Maybe not for her right now. It's not a good memory, but if she's older, hopefully. So, yeah.
All right, so we got the do you fight too often? So we talked about this before the show. We're all going to go around and we're going to share on Valentine's. What something does that your partner annoys you with. So
she's already got it teed up.
Teri, you go first. You probably got the most. I'm going last.
How many do you have right now off the top of your head?
I just have one. And it should be no surprise to you.
Okay.
I can always tell where Matt's been and somewhat in a hurry because every fucking drawer is open or cupboard door or closet door. I'll literally be like working on something and go to turn around and bam, like walk right in. I'm like, are you trying to kill me?
Yeah, that's
Why?
true. That's true. I think I walked in the kitchen one day and she was just standing there pointing at like 3 different, and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know if it's a sign of smacking your head too much or I don't know.
I'm just like, I don't get it.
Honestly,
you do that too. So maybe it's a little like
it's not your turn yet. No, that's what I was gonna say. It's like on to the next.
Yep.
On to the next. On to the next. But I don't do that. The drawer leaving open too often.
Matt gives me the line. I just left it like that so I could remember to do it later.
Yeah. I'll do that with other shit though. Not the drawers, but other shit. I'm like, I set this here. What you threw something away? Bread. She's like, I told her, I was like, I made a sandwich, the bread's stale. And she's like, why is the bread still here? And I said, to remind me to buy new bread. And so
just get rid of the bread.
So 2 days go by, I buy new bread. I swap it out. I make a sandwich. It looks the same amount of bread used before.
She throws it away.
So I go to make another sandwich and I go,
abso-fucking-lutely. I threw it away. Thought it was the same fucking bread.
Where did the bread go? She goes, I threw it away because you wouldn't. And I was like, that was new bread I just bought.
Oh my God.
She's like,
yeah.
Well, you didn't tell me that. And I was like, because I told you to not mess with it.
Well,
it's kind of like when they move your tools, right?
Well, I was gonna say there could be like
we're gonna end up at like
3 obscure
we gotta tone this down.
Or bolts sitting there.
Yes, random screws,
That
random bolts.
For me, it's like
Yeah.
It's a test. I'm just gonna see how long it can sit there, and then finally
It's a
get tired of
silent
it.
I give it 2 weeks.
And then you throw it away, and then you're like, oh,
I throw that shit away.
I left those there.
Yeah.
Or it's gone. And
Yeah, what-
probably it's
I don't
in the
know.
trash and I'm looking for it later. And that nut or bolt or screw that came out of my pocket, it's gone now. I'll never know that it's lost, and I'll have
Yeah,
to go.
I just claim
Source a
innocence.
new
I don't
one.
know what happened to it, but I threw that shit away.
All right, Matt. What is yours, sir?
Let's see. I got.
I already know what this is gonna be.
What do you think it is? Let's see what she thinks it is.
No, that's a cop out.
Well, hold
No,
on.
I want to know what you think.
No.
Because I guarantee you it's not what you think it is. But I'm curious to know what you think it is.
All right.
What do you think it is?
You have to be honest with what you thought it was.
Yeah.
You say what it is.
What? Oh, so
you
I
say
go
what
first.
you were gonna say. Yeah.
The goddamn curling iron gets left on.
Oh man, I had no idea.
415-degree curling iron gets left on in the bathroom.
Do you grab it?
No, I just like walk in there and the curling iron's on it. I'm like, we're gonna burn the damn house down.
No, I
Have people's houses burned down because the curling
I
iron
don't
was
know,
on?
but it's 415 degrees. I mean, it's like,
Did you break out the heat gun from your toolbox to make sure
it's got a temperature thermometer thing on it. It says 415 degrees. I'm like, what are we sending our hair off? And then probably the next thing would be the fruit basket.
The basket
The
of
fruit,
death.
the basket of death. The fruit just goes into the basket on the counter,
and
and
until the
dies.
flies show up.
Oh yeah.
then you-
So does ours.
I was growing potatoes in the drawer the other day. I was pretty proud of myself.
The basket of death. Fruit goes in there and never comes out.
Listen, I'm trying to get
I'm
our
gonna move it.
family
I'm gonna
some
buy.
nutrients.
I'm gonna buy it from the grocery store and move it over here to this death machine on the counter. We're just gonna. Hey, you know what? You guys want? You guys lost.
You don't eat the bananas.
You guys lost the lottery.
Eventually.
You lost the lottery. You're moving on down the road. We're gonna put it in the basket. It's gonna die.
Oh my gosh.
That's probably more of a thing.
All right, what did you think it was?
I thought it was going to be me asking him, "Hey, babe, if you could put your hands on my pedals."
Oh yeah, no, that's true.
What?
Well, yeah.
She has an
Some
affinity
weird
for
kinky
always.
sex thing
No,
going
she
on?
always asks me where her things are, and somehow I know where they're at.
He does.
That's the opposite for us.
It has to do with like pedals or bicycle stuff or motorcycle stuff. Like, do you know where my?
GPS.
Yeah. So
Cardo.
no, I mean, most of the time I know where it is.
For sure, because he does this. He's like, I could put my hands on it.
Yeah. What was it the other day you were looking for? And
My
I just.
look pedals.
Oh yeah, I think I know where those are. I think they're upstairs in the bicycle bin, but I
There you go.
can't be 100% sure. They're
And
either there or one
honestly,
other place.
As long as you women don't move our shit, we'll be able to find it. Okay.
Absolutely
Like, don't put it in the
untrue.
trash can after 2 weeks of it being on the counter.
Totally untrue.
You know.
Sometimes I don't know what's a test and what's not, though. Sometimes there's a test going on, and I'm trying to see if it's a test, and I'm gonna leave
You're
it.
trying to test
I'm
the
trying to test if it's a test.
You're a scientist at this
So
point.
I'm
You
just
gotta
leaving it. I'm just
you know.
gonna hold,
What's
stay
the
the
vari-
course.
what's the
Stay
variable?
the course. Is this a test for me or is this
Listen,
a test for?
I'm not without faults because I'll come in from one activity and leave the bag from the dual sport ride, and then it's like, I'm gonna go ride bicycles tomorrow.
I got a good one.
So then after like 4 or 5 days of activities, I'm like, my shit is everywhere.
Matt, you have the floor, sir. Go.
How many? Oh,
Uh-oh. Somehow I feel like I'm in trouble.
the box of donations.
Oh no. I mean, it's
Do you
annoying me
you
at
have
this
a
point.
box of donations
We
that sit there
do.
for
No.
7 months?
No, sir. We
Okay.
don't. We have a fucking entire room full of Facebook Marketplace shit that I'm responsible for because I work from home and she's too busy to deal with this shit. So I have to list all this shit on Facebook Marketplace, and the
just
cheaper it is, the more fucking idiots you have to deal with.
I know.
A $5
Yep.
pair of shoes.
You might as well just throw it in the trash. Throw it in the trash. I'll just
Swear to
donate
God,
it.
the cheaper
Tax
it is,
write-off.
the dumber, the absolute dumbest
That's the
people
only
come
thing I
out.
got is that box. It's
I mean,
been
it's
sitting there
To be
for
fair,
like,
it's annoying me too.
yeah. I think, how many times have you pulled it in and out of your truck?
Twice.
See?
It's a big and it gets bigger because my kid keeps growing. Actually, rallied her the other day. I said, "Hey, if you start selling this stuff on Poshmark, you can have the money." So now she's taking stuff out of the
Doing
box.
it, yeah.
Well, no, now there's a pile beside the box.
Oh, they have two boxes. You mean
Apples don't fall too far from the
Dude,
tree, so
our
we'll see.
kid, Megan will tell B, like, we got to sell some stuff. And he's just like, he hasn't touched it in 3 years. And he's like, I think I want to play with that.
You could just pull the Terry move and just donate it.
Oh, I'm still in the
there's a
doghouse.
lot
Still
of
in the
shit.
doghouse on that.
The Doc Steffens cart.
Doc McStuffins cart. The only thing she
Dude,
played with,
kids
and you were
remember
like,
shit.
and you were
yeah,
like,
that's the thing is he remembers everything. So like
Yeah.
I have to tread lightly.
Yeah, no, for
But-
sure you should. Don't take it from me.
That's about it. I can't think of anything other off the top of my head. You know,
That box is going to be gone by Sunday.
see, it's a challenge.
Weekend goal.
Yeah,
challenge.
exactly.
Well, Megan, you're up.
How do I pick just one?
Do you,
Ooh,
have
you got a
list
list?
to go through? Or do you...
I do have a couple. Which okay. So first of all, you can't find anything, even if it's right in front of your fucking face. You'd be like, where's this? Where I'm like, it's right fucking here. So that's very annoying. And also you always have to be right.
That is not correct.
Exhibit
Yeah. Want me to keep going
Yeah,
or
let's hear it.
let's see.
Remember, I conned you to do this show for our son when he's older to get to see how, like when you divorce me and move on to
yeah.
like some
How
Hispanic
about
guy.
all the
you know.
unfunny dad jokes?
He'll agree.
You laugh at 10% of them. What's the
90%?
9 out of 1 out of 10?
Funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the joke range I go for.
What else? I don't know. That's maybe it for now.
Okay. All right, now it's my turn.
Oh.
My wife is amazing, and I don't have anything to complain about. So I can't believe you guys would shit on your partners like this. Like this is out there. You can't take this back. Like she is amazing.
Our daughter's watching.
Yeah.
She's texting.
She's the smartest woman I've ever. No, even more than you. Sorry, like you're pretty intelligent. You've done some badass shit in the motorcycle industry, but yeah, I don't know. So we're gonna wrap the show up now, and
Oh my god.
so no, will you fucking throw away your goddamn soda drinks? Okay, I swear to God, that's my test from her. Right?
I put them right by the trash can. You just have
She
to.
will never
you just have to
open
empty
the
it.
fucking
You just have
lid.
to empty it in the sink.
Oh.
And
I'm
then
not
throw it
doing
away.
Yeah, you gotta dump it out of the
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
first.
Throw it in the trash can.
Yeah.
Literally. All right. Trash can is here.
Sink's right there.
Where the drink is here. The sink is at your knee.
Gonna save it for later.
7 days.
Yeah.
7 days later.
flying
That's where it's gonna be. Amongst the 5 others that are corralled right
Making
for the first one.
Cornucopia of drinks.
Collection.
Yeah.
It's a collection.
That's
You're responsible for the trash.
Ooh.
once it's in the trash.
What about
Yeah.
the cardboard boxes that just get
Yeah,
winged
exactly.
into the garage? Do you get that?
You mean
I'm
the
for
Amazon
sure.
boxes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Mostly.
With all the
No, actually, it doesn't get there. Our child steals them and makes things out of them, and then we can't throw them away.
We have to strategically get them from him when he's ready to let them go.
I remember those days.
For sure. There's a giant box in her living room. I don't
Right
know if you
now.
saw it earlier. And he told her,
Don't throw that away.
Don't let Dad throw that away.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Listen, the one time I was in charge of trash, Matt was in Costa Rica riding motorcycles. We ended up with a bear in our front yard. So
Oh, that's true.
I
Yeah.
cannot
Oh
be
my
responsible for trash because I don't like the way it smells and I left it outside. And then all of a sudden,
But there's a bear.
yeah, Smokey the bear was in the front yard.
Oh
and
no.
he was big. So
Speaking of trash, that remind me about how you're going to pick on me for this. I'm sure you want to. My gag reflex.
Oh,
I saw it earlier.
Oh, you gotta.
Huh?
Yeah.
you saw it?
You saw
Yeah.
my gag reflex?
Yeah, you were doing the.
Oh,
was
yeah,
it fake or real?
that was kind of fake.
Oh.
No,
No, he-
I've got it.
If you smell something or what is it like boogers? You
He
see
can't
boogers.
even brush his teeth
Oh,
All right, so
without doing it.
I'm way better right now because I've been icing and heating constantly for 2
Your
days.
throat?
What am I gonna shove down my throat that's gonna ice and eat it?
I don't know.
My neck.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
so my neck has been so I'm kind of like roboting a little bit this whole show. And people won't notice it. So Thursday morning, she gave me a little bit of sickness. This was a little swollen. I'm brushing my teeth and I'm just vomiting. Water, vial. At least 7 to 10 times I threw up
While you're brushing your teeth.
right after. In fact, I hear the kid walk in. I say the kid, he's kind of fucked up. Riley walk in, and he's like, "Is Dad throwing up?" And I'm just in the sink, right? So fast forward 20 minutes after they leave, I threw my fucking neck out, throwing up.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Yeah.
And
So I
that's how
go-
you know you're old.
I go to get my hair cut today, and I didn't tell you this part of it. I was saving this for the show. The lady walks up, and she's like, "What's your name?" And I was like, I put in the thing to like reserve a spot. And I was like, "It's Aunt." She's like, "Okay, you're ready." And I look up, one eye's this way, one eye's over here. For a lady that's about to cut my hair.
Oh, no.
And I was like, I did everything I could to be like, because I honestly, I don't give a shit about my hair, but you don't expect somebody with an eye going that way and one that way to cut a good hair. She did a good job, right?
It is nice.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
good,
Yeah.
So as I sit down, I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and warn you, my neck's really fucked up. Like, I threw my neck out." And she's like, "Oh no, honey, what'd you do?" I said, "I threw up." She goes, "Oh, you must be about to be 40, or you're 40 already." I was like, "I'm 40 in November."
Yeah.
The dude behind me goes, "Wait till you're 50.
I know. I just wake up and I'm like, did I hurt myself or no? This is just how I am now.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I've been
One
dealing-
wrong sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would expect to sleep.
Do you
not-
ever just think, how are you going to get another 30 years out of your body?
No, I figure she's gonna kill me before then.
It's like wake up and I'm like, how am I going to get another?
I'm
30
just
years out of
waiting to see when he's going to be like confined to a wheelchair because I know it's going to happen one day.
Race? You down to race?
Wheelchair race?
Yeah. Or
Hot-
triple
Hot
that.
Wheels.
Yeah.
Hot Wheels race.
I love it.
Man.
We used to joke about because we've had concussions, like waking up. Oh, hey. Oh,
Yeah.
hey, because we would
Hey, how are you?
remember.
Oh man, you look good.
But now,
What's your name?
but now we're concerned about like the body parts. I wake up in the morning, my ankles don't move, and I like hobble into the bathroom, and so anyways,
Mhm. We're
getting
all
old's not for the
old.
faint of heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But try to look at it as lucky enough to be getting old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Point.
for sure.
Absolutely.
All right. So you messaged me with your questions to be like, what's next? Or advice for couples that are writers or whatever. Do we get to go into that? Or I feel like we've kind of, and which I will say, you were like, I don't know if we're going to make 2 hours.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
We're 4 hours into this.
Listen, this is way past my bedtime. So
yeah.
Murder She Wrote's over. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. All right. So we should wrap up the show. It's been great to have you guys on. Honey, I love you so much.
Love
Thank
you
you
too.
for coming on.
You're welcome.
yes, thank you. It's been really fun hanging out.
It's
with
been
you
a good
guys.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing is like you two brought it that you made this happen because you guys have been buddies like forever.
Yeah, well, I mean,
So-
I feel like we've been communicating
Like
with
distant, yeah.
Yeah.
Distant buddies.
for sure.
All right, let's wrap up the show. I will say I'm going to do a show this weekend at Durhamtown. I don't know if it's going to be live. It's going to be recorded for later. But in a few weeks, I'm going to have an awesome legend of Ray Hempstead on.
Mm.
All right.
Do you
Nice.
know the name?
I feel like I know that name.
He got second place in Daytona in like 1950.
Yeah.
Owned Barney's of Brandon.
Okay.
or
Yeah,
St.
yeah.
Pete.
That's why I know that because I've been
Yes.
down to Barney's and all
Yeah.
that from sales stuff.
Legendary
so.
dude. It's going to be
Yeah.
a lot of fun. Him and my dad are like best friends, and my dad
Oh,
told me
that's
he's
gonna be
coming
some
up. So I
good
was like,
stories.
I'm getting Ray in. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, especially because he met me at 15 and kind of chewed my ass out a few times. So there's going to be some good
All
stuff. for
right.
That's perfect.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for listening, watching. I do want to encourage anybody to, I want to make the show about your stories as well. Like send them in. 844-789-2367. You can call anytime. Leave a good voicemail. If you got a good video you want to send it in. So, all right.
Very good. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy
Times?
Valentine's Day.
I know it's times. I just say times to piss this one off. So. All right. We'll see you in a few weeks.
Tell me a story about Valentine's Day.
So I had a motorcycle. I had a motorcycle, and me and Frankie and I drove to Maddie's house and picked her up. And I went and
Who's Maddie?
my friend.
Your girlfriend?
Yes. And Frankie and me and Maddie, we got off the motorcycle, we parked it, and we went for a walk on a dirt road, and we saw some deer. but we didn't scare them. We fed them with corn.
Nice. Anything else happen after that?
We went over to back to our motorcycle and we headed to Home Depot.
What'd you buy at Home Depot?
We got some wood to make Frankie a dog house.
Oh, that's super nice.
And we made it in the backyard, right next to my trampoline. It had a balcony, it had chairs, it had a TV and everything.
Nice. I bet Frankie loves it. All right, is that the end?
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
You wanna talk about a leap of faith? I got started in the darkness. With cups and rolling dice, we get no fucks now. Who thinks twice? Yeah. And when this whole takes slower, felt like it was trying to shake us. Held on to what we knew. It could try, but it never break us. It could try, but it never break us. It's all about us coming up, like we can't function on this level. You laugh at who we are. You're the joke that's taken too far. Let's go crashing over. We won't let them take us down. We just keep getting closer. Getting used to